And now, your presenter for the Hoax of the Year Award, Sydney Sweeney.
Tonight, we honor excellence in storytelling, not films, not novels, but the most convincing political hoax of the year. And the award for Best Failed Hoax Performance goes to... Ian Omar.
This is Omar's second award and counting, on her way to being the fake bitch in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, I have no words. As an illegal immigrant who married my own brother, this award makes it all worth it. Thank you.
Man, that was the worst hoax I've ever seen. Somali scams don't work like they used to do they?
Well, that was pretty good. What's up, everybody? So great to see everyone tonight. How's everyone doing here? Let's see here. Let's say hello to everybody. I'm feeling a little crappy still, but I'm here for you guys. Let's just say, okay. Let's see who's here. I will tell you guys in a minute what happened. Whatever. SB Farmer says hello, Wave. Good to see you. Goal. Yeah, what's up? Great to see you. Catherine K says, hey, Jim is back. Great to see you. What the F? That's great to see you too. Yay, Friday show. Pat Hacker says, long time no see. What's up? Steve Hilliard, great to see you too. And SB Farmer. None of your business is here. Good to see you. Some of 10 a.m. is the magic hour, whatever that is. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Lisa's here. Says, glad Jim's back. Yes, glad I am. Two Half Irish is here. Hey, yo, what's up? Nuffle is here too. What's going on? Hey, Half Irish, good to see you. Brian Ogden's here too. What's up? Good to see you. I love the rice and bananas. Yeah, that's what they do. It's a small town girl. Yeah, she is. Steve's here. What's up, Steve? Awesome to see you. Nanny Goat's here too. I'm here. Mark safe from the crude so far. Okay. NASCAR Mo, what's up? I'm so glad you're back. I'm so glad I'm back too. Sold SLV all the way up. Okay. Oh, that's a stock. All right. Delay is obvious. Missed you. Glad you're alive. Well, it was a close call. Terry, what's up? Great to see you. So, I, on Monday, got the shingles vaccine, which is totally safe and effective. And I totally would never say not to get it because, the shingles is a scary thing. And you don't want you don't want to get the shingles. I knew somebody that got them recently, and I saw it, and I was like, well, I don't want that. So I went, to get the shingles vaccine on Monday. Now, when they said, hey, were you recently sick in the past 24 hours? I thought they meant like the past 24 hours. So I said, no. Now, I did have like a flu or something that was on and off coming back and forth or whatever, but I kind of didn't really think of that like at the time that was a problem. Well, it was. I had a really bad reaction and I was in the hospital for 2.5 days. So don't do that. Hey, Anne Marie's here too. Hello, Jim. What's up? Great to see you. Michelle, great to see you. Hello. I was worried about you and praying you're okay. Yeah, it's just rioting in LA. I know. We're gonna see. Oh no. So yes, we're gonna see. Jim, I thought you were smarter than that. Well, for some reason, I thought this was like a vaccine. It's like a real vaccine. I thought it was one of the ones that they developed and tested for years. Are you at least vaccinated for shingles? That's the thing. I just took the vaccine for shingles and got violently ill from it. You look well rested. You're okay. Yes. Sorry, I missed all that. I think you said you were sick. Yes, I'm sick. I'm sick in the head. AZ Merce, what's up? Great to see you. Yes. Yeah, I didn't know that when they asked you, like, if you've been sick in the past 24 hours, like, I thought they meant, like, did you have the shingles type of thing? I didn't think they meant, like, the flu or something. So I'm like, no, I'm good. That means it's working. Well, okay. That's what it means. All right. Glad to see you, Cesium Cat. You too. So we'll see. So I'm still my brain fog is a little messy up. So, but yeah, so I don't know. I don't want to jump right into the rioting stuff. So let's talk about some news first. Oh, wow. I almost forgot. There is a goal, as there is in every show, that I happen to be able to make it for. And how it works is that for every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Cash App, PayPal, Ko-fi, and what else? Locals Coins, and Kick, and Twitch, and memberships too. Gifted memberships or becoming members all gets added up. When we get to 100, we extend the show by an hour, and then for every $100 that comes in, we extend the show by an additional 1 hour. And also as an added bonus, when we hit $50 in total donations, and we activate the Bellavision for the evening. All right, and then how that works is that there's a Bella. Oh, let me fix her camera. So she comes on to do things and say stuff and things, and there she is. Oh, there she goes. She's trying to move her. Now she's digging a hole. She wants to get her bed ready for the show. But anyway, so she'll come on after $50 gets donated, unless someone makes an individual donation of $25 or greater, which could be like 5 gifted memberships. It could be like 5 super chats. It could be like not 5 super chats. I'm sorry, 5 gifted members on like Rumble or YouTube, or a $25 super chat, or any take stuff like that, or anything. It could be get you to 25. And what is wrong? She turned the bed. What are you doing? You're messing the bed up. Get her off of there. She's getting crazy over there, digging a hole. Digging a hole in the bed over there. That's nuts. So yeah, so that's the goal type of thing. So even Canadian news stations are freaking out about Lemon too. Well, he says it. I'm glad you are better. No more vaccines. Well, I don't know. I weighed backs and I was like, the shingles looks pretty bad. And seems very painful. And did they ask him for his pronouns? That's how they check political persuasion. Cesium Cat says no vaccines for me. Okay. She's just getting comfy. Leave our Bella alone. Oh, there's a rant. There's a rant. It says there's a rant. There's a rant. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. 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 There's a big ass rant right there. That's a $50 rant from Anne-Marie. We're all glad you're okay. Got to take care of yourself in your old age. Wow. Wow. And with that, that's an immediate Bellavision right there. That's an immediate Bellavision right there. That's an immediate Bellavision. I thank you so much. Wow. Wowzers. Wowgee wowzers. Wow, that's a lot of money. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, folks, that means we hit Bellavision already for the evening. And that means we are only $50 away That means we were only $50 away from the first additional hour of the show right there. Wow. I got to fix this. Wow. We got to do that and fix the banner right there. Wow, thank you. And then we got Lisa comes in for another 20. Is that too loud? Thank you so much, Lisa. So that means we are now just 30 away from the first additional hour of the show. Wow. That is, you guys are very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lady Mama says, I had shingles when I was 11. It was horrible. My doctor said my nerves caused it to flare up. Well, that's, shingles is a result of the chicken pox. Yes, and I had chicken pox as a kid. Everybody I know did also. So, I mean, that's one of them things. And this person I know is the same age as me. Well, actually a couple years younger than me. And she got them really bad. And it was very painful. And brutal looking. And so I was like, yeah, I'll get the shot, because I think they worked on it from what I understand, they worked on it for like years. So I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be one of them things that would be okay. NASCAR Mo says, I had the shingles when I was 19 years old. They lasted 6 months. It was hell. I'm 61 now. I wouldn't wish it on anyway, but I don't trust the vax either. Well, NASCAR Mo, I just waited. I was like, what's the worst that can happen? Oh, I guess the worst that can happen is you can end up in the hospital for 2.5, 3 days. And then Brian Ogden comes in with a 10 spot. Wow, Brian, thank you so much. With that 10, that means now we are just $20 away from the first additional hour of the show. We are just chugging along tonight, I tell you. Well, if I knew you guys would be so generous, I would have put myself in the hospital sooner. I'm just joking. That wasn't fun. I am told I had the chicken pox so bad I had sores in my mouth. Oof. That's how it could get real bad. Chicken pox lives in the root of your spine. High stress brings out the shingles. Oh, man. And I live in a high-stress life, high-stress world. All this stuff going on in the world, all this craziness is extremely stressful. Oh, and then Brian says, might as well. And with that, folks.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure. Tactical.
Nope. Man, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong buttons. Wow. So older vaccines are more trustworthy because they followed the science. Well, that's what I thought. I thought this shingles vaccine, they worked on it for like 20 years, I thought, because isn't it like the same? It's not the same as the chicken pox vaccine, correct? You might need some vitamin D3, get some more sun. I'm going to try. It's been freezing here in Florida. Holy crap. It was in the 40s. That's insane. That's like being in the 40s in Florida is like when it was 20 below in Chicago. That's nuts. Lady Baba says, it was only on the left backside of my body. It followed my nervous system. I had a friend who ended up getting shingles after he got the shingles shot. He's in constant chronic pain. They only give him gabapentin, which doesn't work. Oh, I would never take gabapentin. I was on gabapentin for a brief time until it destroyed my gallbladder. I mean, that's not my opinion. That's what the doctor told me. I ended up having to get my gallbladder removed because of the gabapentin. That was after my back surgery. I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think that's it. I think that's one of the things that you want to stay away from. And now you need the second shot to go with it. Yes, that's what they told me, that I still have to get the second shot in 3 months. So fingers crossed it doesn't do the same thing. D3, vitamin D3 is great. I started taking it with K2 and my blood pressure dropped 10 points. Okay. I don't know why K2, is that ketamine? My husband is going hunting tomorrow. The wind chill is 1F at 8 a.m. Better him than me. Oh, Lady Bomber, that sounds like fun, though. I would love to go hunting. Gabapentin sucks so bad, yeah. What? I've been on it for 10 years. You've been on gabapentin for 10 years? Doctor told me one of the major side effects is it can destroy your gallbladder. So I don't know. Oh, and then Trumpetator comes in and says, what the F? Jim is live. Wow, and I didn't adjust the banner yet. Thank you. Trumpinator. I am live, so now I have to do this. We are now $95 away from the second additional hour of the show. Wow, thank you so much, Trumpinator. That is great. It says for migraines, I have lost a kidney though. Kidneys, like, oh man, my dad had major kidney problems because of the blood pressure medication he was on, like caused lots of problems. And then I know also from ibuprofen can screw up your kidneys, and then Tylenol, acetaminophen can screw up your liver. So I mean, just like anything in life, there's going to be problems with anything you take. I think. I don't know. Yes, I don't know though. Take potassium. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, don't take the second shot. Don't do the second shot. Is that what you're trying to? Is it deer season? Yeah, it's deer season. It's also rabbit season, I think. Yeah, kids' knees. Whose kids' knees are y'all losing? So let's see. Let's get into the first news. You had a 4-centimeter kidney stone? Oh my God. Oh my God. That sounds painful. It says you're on a 2 for migraines and fibromyalgia, I think it is, and occipital neurology. I think it's, I don't know if that's supposed to say fibromyalgia or trigeminal. I don't know. I don't know if that's a word. But let's get into this first news story. Let's do it. You guys ready? You guys ready for this? Here it is. It says, take control of your search. Personalize your search results. No, wait, this ain't it. Here we go. The DOJ Civil Rights Division, all right, is investigating the Alex Pretty killing. Now, I didn't even get to talk about, did I even get to talk about this killing? Oh, I think I did talk about it Friday or Saturday last week with the different stuff that came up. But so don't take the second shot. We usually see 10 to 12 millimeter stones in the emergency department. Wow. Hey, what's up? Trigeminal neuralgia, side of my face. Oh, okay. Look count how many times I had shingles in the last 4 years. Started with the vax. Uh-oh. Oh, now you're scaring me. I was on gabapentin 3 times a day for years. They took me off and I couldn't sleep. Uh-oh. Kidney stone, that's nothing. I had a Foley catheter. Well, I mean, that's rough. Side effects from CD shot is shingles. Uh-oh. Well, I never had that shot. But I didn't want to get the shingles, so Department of Justice has launched a civil rights investigation into the killing of anti-ICE protester. Well, how about anti-ICE insurrectionist, anti-ICE terrorist, maybe? I don't know. I mean, yeah, COVID vax, I meant. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Let me try to see if I get Bella a little more in the frame. What is she doing? All right, there she goes. That's better. So I'll be asleep before you get to a story. No, I'm doing it right now. They heard gun. Alex got shot in the back. Shit happens. Yeah. Well, let's see. So the second in command to Attorney General Pam Bondi also made it clear a similar investigation isn't warranted in the January 7th death of Renee Good, which also took place in Minneapolis. There are thousands, unfortunately, of law enforcement events every year where somebody is shot. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice does not investigate every one of those shootings. It depends on the circumstances. It should say fired ICU nurse. Oh, did he get fired from the ICU? Or you say, or wait, no, your name should, you're talking about you? You got fired? Or are you talking about this guy? Alex started this, yeah. The developments Friday coincides with the Department of Homeland Security stating the FBI is now leading the federal investigation into the shooting. You started calling them vigilantes. Could be. No, Pretty. Okay. He's a weird nurse. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of weird stuff about this guy. And it's really kind of, don't you think it's odd that the woman's name was Good and his name is Pretty? Pretty good, huh? It's pretty good of him, isn't it? Oh, he was fired from the VA 3 months prior to this incident. Oh, they said he was a VA nurse, but he got fired. What did he do to get fired? Trump administration previously said Homeland Security investigations, a section of DHS was taking the probe. Now HSI will provide support to the FBI probe. Uh-oh, what is that? Customs and Border Patrol, also under DHS umbrella, is doing its own internal investigation of the shooting as well. Pretty was shot and killed by 2 Customs and Border Protection agents during a struggle at a rowdy protest. A rowdy protest, huh? He was fired from the VA for misconduct against a family member and a patient. Uh-oh. That's doesn't fired or resigned. Either fired 7 months ago. Oh. Pretty was armed with a handgun that he was licensed to carry, but he did not have any ID on him and he didn't have the card on him. But then again, like, I don't have any problem with him being armed at all at even the protest. I don't care about him. If he didn't have a permit even, I wouldn't care about that. But as soon as you start to fight with the cops or get into some kind of scuffle or anything like that, you are now no longer following the rules of being a concealed carry person. You're not supposed to participate in shit when you're armed, because this is what happens, especially with the cops. Terry says, I take gabapentin. It doesn't bother me. Not sure it helps anything. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not saying the gallbladder thing is like a massively like thing that happens to a lot of people, but they said it's one of the known side effects that rare but can happen is it can, basically kill your gallbladder. You intentionally don't have your ID on because you're willing to be a danger to people around you. Yeah, that's the way I think about it, Diamond G. Great to see you. Thanks for being here tonight. If you have a gun, don't fight cops for fun. There you go. Touching the cop is assault. Yeah, he did. He stuck his arm around and pushed him. My mom took gabapentin for pain and helped her a lot. I think it's what that's supposed to say. It helps some people. Some people love it. I know it's an anti-seizure medication, though, isn't it? Like, I don't know. Anyway. And then, it says, what's it say? And then, oh, look, they're showing the Nurse Practice Act, Require Advocacy Code of Ethics. That's so. Federal officers took Preddy's loaded 6-hour pistol from his waistband just before opening fire on him, the video shows. Well, he bro Neebs and he was on. Gabapentin is just like other long-term meds, helps until you become resistant. He had a nice smile. No, that's all AI, dude. That's a whole AI picture that they made him look better. They made his jaw wider. They gave him a tan. They buffed him up a little. They shortened his forehead. They did all types of stuff, made his nose smaller. Since the shooting, the White House has pulled back Border Patrol Chief Bonfino from Minnesota and inserted Border Czar Tom Homan to take the reins, which I don't know, man. This is the thing, too, is I'm never pull back, never give an inch. Hey, Doc, what's up? Jim Lives. Good to see you. Howdy, check. Great to see you, too, Doc. Oh, okay. They are using photoshopped pictures. Yes, they are. Yeah. They used fucking Dick Durbin used a AI generated photo, AI altered image on the House Senate floor. If he was on pain meds, he couldn't carry it legally. I don't know. Is that true? I mean, they say you're not supposed to operate heavy machinery or drive vehicles when you're on pain meds, but then that would mean that every person who's on pain meds is technically disabled and can't work or anything because they can't drive. Is that what they really want to do? I don't think so. I don't think they want anyone who's taking a Vicodin is considered disabled. I don't know. He didn't seek medical attention for his broken rib. Gabapentin just causes extreme drowsiness and fatigue. The same for alcohol. Okay, so that's that story. Oh, look. And then ABC 7 over here. Says DOJ opens a federal civil rights probe. And so they didn't want to use the Photoshop, fixed picture, so they just painted him and made him look like they gave him more hair, gave him a big jawline with a beard and everything. And like, what's with this big beard? big neck beard thing going on here. It's weird. Most sane people won't take pain meds if they have to drive. Okay. Justice Department has launched an investigation. Let's see.
I don't think a single video should change any perception the Department of Justice may or may not have about that tragic occurrence last Saturday. We've said repeatedly over the past week that, of course, this is something that we're investigating, and we are. That's what we would always do in circumstances like this. And so there's an investigation that's ongoing, which I'm not going to talk about.
Okay, so there's an investigation that's ongoing that we're not going to talk about. The announcement came, Homeland Security said a change Thursday night saying our department would support the FBI moving forward. We continue to follow the lead of the FBI. DHS spokesperson Tisha McLaughlin confirmed Friday that HSI will assist the FBI, meanwhile, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, also part of DHS, in conducting internal review. That's why we give Zofran with narcotics. Oh, yeah. That makes you, Vicodin makes me puke. Yeah, Zofran. That makes you, that's anti-nausea medication. Gabapentin does make me tired. It's squirrel season. Don't tell Joe. I don't know. I haven't seen Joe in quite a while. So video footage released after the incident challenges the account. Recordings show Preddy, an intensive care nurse, holding only a cell phone as officers force him to the ground. Well, here's the thing too. Like, it's probably one of these awful, like, it's an awful looking thing and probably bad, but an officer, you have to go by the perceptions that officer at the time that he fired the shots. And when he heard gun, and then he heard a gunshot, and then he saw something in the guy's hand pointed a certain way, he thought it was a gun. You know, I don't know. The best of us. Yeah, I don't know about who's the best of us. No, who's the best of us. So that's AP just has it as the Justice Department has opened a federal civil rights probe into the killings of Alex Preddy. Joe said he was trying to get a hold of you. Bronca says it was justified. Yeah, Bronca says it was justified. I have to agree with Bronca. I think it was justified, but I don't know. Joe did try to call me yesterday, but I was still like not feeling well, and I just texted him back, I think late last night or early this morning, and told him what happened. I also sent him an email, but I don't know. I didn't have access to a computer or anything at the hospital, so I couldn't like do anything. I couldn't interact with you. I guess I could have tried to do YouTube stuff on there, but anyway, I messaged a couple people on X and thought I got the word out, but I guess I messaged the wrong people. Okay, so yeah, so. So they opened a federal civil rights investigation, which it's a split-second decision. Yeah, I mean, you can't judge it by going with a video going, oh, pause, wait, he could have did this or this and that, and slowing things down. That's just not how it works. All right. It's not how it works. But there is this also. About it. So, exposed footage reveals Alex Preddy vandalized a federal law enforcement vehicle days before his death. Cell phone. What's this? Hideaway status. What? Not saying that's what he had, just the things exist. Really? Oh, a real heated debate on Joe's channel a few nights ago. Was there? Between who? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Doc. I think that's the. I think Doc's going to say this is this gun. Oh yeah. So there is this. All right, so we can share this tab real quick. So this is the. That's the gun thing. It's like a cell phone gun. It's called a highway gun. So that's why cell phones are like never really know. You're not saying that's what he had, just saying such things exist. Nate, the lawyer, was a real asshole to Bronca the other night. Yeah, Nate. I don't know, Nate. I did see something about Nate put out a title basically saying that, or a video, I saw it today. Like there was a video he put out, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, something about saying Bronca doesn't know the law or something. Okay. All righty, Nate. I gave that guy a follow on X. Oh, Hideaway Distillery. That's awesome. That's cool. So, yeah, so, all right, let's get back to this. So, so here he is. This is the crazy guy. Newly released. It's not a video, right? Is it?
He didn't think this shampoo would work. Men lose hair, especially after 35, so we made a shampoo that...
Well, I'm glad I paid money and subscribed to the Gateway Pundit so that I didn't have to have commercials. That's weird.
Turns out Alex Pretty was a violent individual. Shocker. New footage shows Alex Pretty spitting on federal law enforcement officers and kicking taillight of their vehicle 1 week before his death. New footage obtained by the BBC appears to show Alex Pretty with a gun on his waistband, spitting on federal law enforcement officers, and kicking the taillight of their vehicle 1 week before he was shot dead. The video, dated January 13th, appears to show an armed Pretty confronting federal law enforcement officers, screaming, and spitting on them before getting tackled. The footage, analyzed by the BBC with facial recognition, confirms Pretty's identification with a 97% degree of accuracy. Pretty was released at the scene after law enforcement tackled him.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretty.
That's actually assault and battery on a, like that's a felony, what he just did, spitting on the Fed. That's a felony. That's the same as punching him in the face. Worse, if you think about it.
Interacting with federal immigration agents.
Oh, that's another felony.
Before Border Patrol
Another felony.
shot and killed him.
That's 3 felonies right there.
Our footage
That's
was
3
analyzed
felonies
by the
he just
BBC,
committed. 3.
Whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity
He
to a
appears to be carrying that
97%
too,
degree
yeah.
of accuracy.
Freddie, not Nate. No, I know.
On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36th and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
What are you doing? Leave him alone! Oh. Why wasn't he arrested then?
Agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd.
Yeah.
They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Pretty was wearing on the day he was killed.
Wow, look at these crazy
women.
women.
What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
Shouting is the opposite of observing, freaking communists. Yeah. Broke his ribs supposedly. Oh yeah. Wow, they should have went to jail. That was 3 felonies. That was 3 felonies. Seriously.
He continues to stand at the scene.
3 felonies. He should have been arrested for that. Yeah. Sean Connery
on the day he was killed, the Department of Home...
Sean Connery said, sometimes they just need a little slap. Yeah, you see, just give them a little slap and they'll straighten them out, see? Nate and Eric Hunley both said the spitting was a nothing burger. Oh, okay. Well, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, okay? Neither of them. Nate, the lawyer, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about then. Because spitting is the same as punching someone in the face. It's the same thing. It's a battery on a police officer. It's the same thing. What if he's got AIDS? What if he's got some disease? Oh, yeah, 4 felonies. You forgot he was resisting arrest. Yes. And he was doing all that while armed, which enhances the penalty, believe it or not. Committing felonies while armed. So I think Nate's the one that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And Eric Hunley, you know what? I'm just going to tell you something. I tried to be nice to Eric Hunley. I'm blocked on his channel for the longest time. I tried to talk to him about it and message him and everything, and he kept telling me, no. They just don't like it when you tell them that they're full of shit, even if you do it in a $20 super chat. So then they block you. So that's who they are. All right. I'm going to tell you, there's a group of people you really have to be watchful for because they pretend that they're not leftist weirdos, but they are. And there's a reason that Eric and Nate are best buddies. They're both Democrats. So keep that in mind when you watch their stuff. That's all. What do you have to say? Oh, I'm 100% in agreement with you. It's assault. No, it's assault. Assault is technically like the common law. If you want to talk about the common law definition of assault, it is not making physical contact or anything. When you spit on somebody, you throw something at somebody, that's a battery. All right? You battered them. Assault is when you put somebody in fear or a threat. Yeah. You were hoping Nate would get Fetterman with his brain surgery. Sadly, it doesn't seem to have worked. No, it didn't. Much to Kurt's dismay, he wished he was Nate's BFF. Yeah. Legal Eagle was crying the other day. Well, he's probably just crying because he's an idiot. If someone spits on me, I would come unglued. I would snap like a dried up rubber band. Yeah. It's determined after the AIDS. Anyway. CNN has a video that shows more about what occurred prior to the shooting. Yeah. I'm not saying that I'm happy with this shooting or I think this guy deserved to get shot. I don't think he deserves to get shot. I just don't know what the cops, these feds are supposed to do in this situation when this shit keeps happening. Like, how are they supposed to protect themselves? How are they supposed to do things when the local police are refusing to do the job that they're supposed to do by control the crowd and do these things? That's not these federal agents' jobs are not crowd control, riot control. That's what the local cops are supposed to do. Or the National Guard could come in and do it. But for some reason, the locals are purposely causing this shit to happen. Just saying. Besides, he was on Signal Chat, so all those people share responsibility. They sent him there. They should start locking all these people up. All of them. Lock them all up. Like these governors of New York, New Jersey, and Virginia and other places, this mayor in Seattle who thinks that they're just going to tell you, like, no, we're going to use government resources to help track ICE and communicate with and they're going to participate in it, just like Waltz was doing behind the scenes, but they think they're going to do it out in the open. They all need to be arrested for sedition, insurrection. Get them. Treason. Gitmo. That's what needs to happen.
Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street.
Like Anne-Marie says, they aren't local. That's the problem. Good was from Missouri, and Preddy was from Illinois. Yeah, and where's all the left that was all upset about, people crossing state lines with guns? This guy went, how does this guy have a Minnesota concealed carry if he's from Illinois? Charvan says, you guys are so welcoming. I know. I try to be. All are welcome. And then Half Irish says, I'm not happy about it, but I also suspect Preddy wanted to self-delete by cops. Something more was going on, and the politicians egged it on. Hey, what's up, Derek? Great to see you. I did see you sent me a link for a stream. I haven't streamed since last Saturday, I think. So, yeah, great point. They weren't even local. I don't know, Siobhan. I don't know what I did. We're glad you're here. Yes, we're glad you're here. We're glad you're here.
After it was revealed a week before his death. According to CNN, Preddy broke a rib after getting tackled by agents as he attempted to impede an immigration operation just 1 week before his death. CNN's report comes after it was revealed that Preddy's parents reportedly told him not to do anything stupid before he impeded officers and got shot.
Dana, we're learning more details along with my colleague Jeff Winter about what exactly transpired a week before Alex Preddy was shot in Minneapolis and died this past weekend. Now, in this earlier incident, he stopped his car after observing ICE agents chasing what he described as a family on foot and began shouting and blowing his whistle. Preddy later told one of these sources that 5 agents tackled him and one leaned on his back, appearing to leave him with a broken rib. According to this source, and I'm quoting here, that source said, quote, "That day he thought he was going to die." Now, Preddy was later given medication that is consistent with treating a broken rib, according to records reviewed by CNN. Sources also say that he was known to federal law enforcement, though it's unclear whether it was this incident or another with federal agents that they knew of him. It's also unclear whether the officers who tackled him on Saturday knew who he was. What we do know, however, is that federal immigration officers have been collecting personal information of protesters and agitators within the context of the Department of Homeland Security has warned is repeated threats towards officers as they're conducting immigration enforcement operations. In fact, just Tuesday, the department...
I mean, do you guys think this might be a simulation? I mean, think about this. He fought pretty good with a broken rib, probably bruised. I mean, good, now pretty good. It's a pretty good chance we're in a simulation. Just saying.
And also publicized an online tip form to share information about people allegedly harassing ICE officers. We've also heard Tom Homan, the White House border czar, say that a database would be created for those who are arrested for impeding law enforcement. But thus far, in our queries to the Department of Homeland Security, they have said that no such database exists. Unbelievable.
CNN thought they had one there, didn't they? They reported Alex Preddy got into a confrontation with federal agents 1 week before he was fatally shot and killed. Now we have footage of Alex Preddy days before he was fatally shot, getting violent, spitting on federal agents, and kicking their taillight out. If that's not a violent type of individual,
you know what?
I don't.
That's absolutely right. At his age, in the shape he was in, he absolutely could have shifted a rib or separated something, doing that weird, trying to lift his leg up that high. Something. Just saying. Could have happened.
Don't know what is. Cancer, acne rosacea, multiple sclerosis, many of powerful ends below, purge stories of him in the past. Standing analysis showing why ICE shooting of Alex Preddy was justified. Andrew Branca is an attorney who is an expert in self-defense. You may have seen clips of him in the past, as he has his own talk show and is often brought on to other shows to provide legal analysis. In this video, he carefully breaks down the Preddy shooting and puts it into language and perspective that anyone could understand.
Well, the legal question is, did the officers who shot Alex Preddy have a reasonable, not necessarily correct, but a reasonable perception that he was presenting as an imminent, unlawful, deadly force threat? And that's presumed to be the case. A prosecutor would have to disprove that proposition beyond any reasonable doubt. So it's a very high burden to overcome that justification. And what evidence did these officers have? Well, the moment Alex Preddy interfered with the arrest of the woman in the white coat, gets shoved by a CBP officer, he makes contact with that officer. The moment he makes contact with that officer, he's just committed a federal felony good for 8 years in a federal penitentiary. That's why they were seeking to make his arrest, because they saw him commit a forcible felony against a fellow officer. Then he's non-compliant with arrest. He's fighting them. Then they discover he has a gun on his person. They take that gun. There's cries of gun, gun, gun. The officers call to each other. He's still non-compliant. They hear a gunshot go off, and Alex Preddy's right hand comes from his waistline with a black object in his hand. That combination of facts is going to get you shot 999 times out of 1,000 by law enforcement, and justifiably so. They're making all these perceptions, all these decisions in a violent, chaotic melee caused by Alex Preddy. They have to make all these decisions in a split second, because that's how quick someone can use a weapon against you. And those decisions, again, they don't have to be correct. The law of self-defense does not require us to make perfect decisions. It requires us to make reasoned decisions, meaning you're applying your powers of reason to the facts presented to you. You're not making things up. You're not speculating someone could have a weapon. Now, probably the item in his hand would turn out to be maybe one of his spare magazines or maybe a cell phone, but it doesn't matter what it actually was. It matters how it would be reasonably perceived given that combination of facts. And reasonably perceiving it as a weapon is well within the...
Steve Hilliard says that Nate claimed Bronca is ignorant about the law. Well, that's pretty pretty funny, because the person I would say is ignorant about the law would be Nate, who claimed that spitting on a federal agent is a nothing burger. It's not a nothing burger. If you spit on any person, it's a crime that you could be arrested for, called battery. You battered them. Not like cooking batter, but battery. That's the common law term for when you make unlawful, forcible touch on someone without their permission. That's, yeah, Nate was really weird. I think Nate's trying to get back in with the certain, let's say a certain section of the internet that he's more melonically inclined to be part of, if you get my drift. Bronca killed it on Tim Pool with the bike analogy, trusting communities versus trusting communities versus low trustable peoples. Bronca is the one being asked onto other shows, not Nate. And then they all made up the next day. Nate turned around making fun of Bronca. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it seemed like Nate did come back and apologize. Yeah, but did he make a video then saying like, oh, the expert doesn't know the law or something? Doesn't really seem like something like
realm of reason.
Spot on analysis. A lot of people failed to recognize this. The moment you put a hand on a federal officer in the middle of impeding federal law enforcement operations, and then after you start to resist arrest, and then after you start to wrestle with multiple federal agents, and then they identify you possibly potentially have a weapon in your hand. Yeah, that's a recipe to get yourself shot. Period. Illinois Police Department charges ICE agent over alleged assault an unhinged agitator who was following and filming him while he was off duty. An Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent has been charged with misdemeanor battery following an altercation with a leftist activist who was filming him while off duty at a suburban Chicago gas station. Chicago-based attorney Robert Held was following and filming agent Adam Sirocco as he got gas in Brookfield after his shift on December 27th. Held has been previously arrested during an anti-ICE demonstration and is a known agitator. The encounter, but not the altercation, was captured on video by the activist and posted to social media in a strange propaganda mashup video.
You cannot assault people and just leave.
Yeah, man attacked me. I don't know why he attacked me.
A federal agent aggressively slammed me to the ground for recording. Yesterday, near the ICE processing facility in Broadview, Illinois, I was legally filming from a public sidewalk when that agent tried to rip my phone out of my hand. The local police are now investigating this as a possible felony battery, because no one gets to assault you for exercising your rights. This is about our First Amendment right to film what government agents do in our communities. If they can attack one person with a camera, they can scare everyone else into looking away. Don't look away. That's what Trump wants. Share this, know your rights, and share it again. Let's hold them accountable.
DHS, for its part, is firmly standing behind the officer, stating, quote, "It is gross that our officer is facing charges for responding to a direct threat against him and his safety. We stand firmly behind our officer. We won't accept this. Stay tuned," a spokesperson for DHS said in a statement to The Hill. The spokesperson said that Sirocco had been targeted and aggressively harassed by a known ICE agitator. While off duty and driving home in his personal vehicle, the officer was stalked by this individual to a local gas station. The agitator confronted the officer, filmed him at close range, and recorded the officer's personal license plate. The spokesperson continued, noting that Held's actions were clear attempts to dox the officer. The officer, who was alone and without protective equipment, acted to protect himself when faced with this threatening behavior. Well, this is Chicago, Illinois we're talking about, where you literally have cartel gang members in the city, in the state, at large, that are targeting, doxing, and putting bounties and hits
Yeah, and they don't even get convicted of that stuff. So that's what's going on there. All right. And then we got this. Trump calls Alex Preddy an agitator, possible insurrectionist, after spitting and kicking video of the ICU nurse surfaces. Yes. I haven't seen this. Yeah, there was a nice looking bicycle that was left on an overpass in my neighborhood. It was a couple of days before someone took it. It made me glad I live in a mid to high trust area. This is almost like a soap opera. That guy has gout in his knuckle. All these people are lunatics trying to protect criminals because their governor said so. Yeah, Ben Togel. It's nuts. It's nuts. Anyone know if it was a frontal lobe? Maybe. Hey, G Sharkman, what's up? Great to see you. Awesome. You're surprised how well Trump handles this? Honestly, I don't think Trump's handling things well. I don't think he looks tired a lot lately. I think it's getting to him. This is constant from every direction. I don't know. I personally think they're giving in on a lot of things. I think they're giving up. You know, this whole thing about them pulling Bovino out and putting Homan in, and they're doing all stuff like any compromise, any gift, any give is a win for them and a loss for America. You know, Jim Trump's all right. Okay. He's soft in his age. I'm just saying, I worry. I've seen some of his speeches lately. He seems tired. I don't know. Oh, Oregon government announced the state will take over immigration in their state. The Supreme Court already said they can't. I'm still waiting on the Iran strike package. Let's go. You've got that Bella energy tonight. Yeah, AZ Mercy. The Oregon government has no authority. It's a federal. They have no authority. I mean, honestly, if the left wins with everything on the right is a Nazi, your country's lost anyway. Yeah. You know. It'll be crazy. President Trump claimed Friday that Preddy's stock has gone way down after a video emerged of him spitting spitting on a federal officer and smashing their taillight. 6 days. Just days before his killing. Bella is the most active dog you've seen. Yes. Look at her. You just missed it. Earlier, she was digging a hole through the floor. And then crazily kicking a new, very expensive government vehicle so hard and violent. In fact, the taillight broke off in pieces. The president went on. It was quite a display of abuse and anger for all to see. Crazed and out of control. The ICE officer was calm and cool. Not an easy thing to be under those circumstances. Make America great again. Oregon said they made a committee already. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. The Supreme Court, there was Arizona, the state of Arizona got sued. Texas had a sue. All these things happened. And they were told no. Remember when Texas was putting up the barbed wire, the concertina wire, and Biden came and ripped it down? Remember under Obama with Arizona, when Arizona was trying to put like a border fence thing up and Obama had him take it down? This is like, no. The video taken January 13 captured Preddy screaming at agents as officers attempted to leave. Not just screaming, he spit on a guy and then kicked out a taillight. I'm tired of just watching the insanity. Imagine having to fight it for 10 years. God bless President Trump. Yeah. The ICU nurse then swung his leg at the back taillight, smashing the red lens. Where does it say he spit on somebody? Appeared to spit at one of the agents as they climbed to appears to spit. No, he did spit. You could see the spit fly out of his mouth. DHS investigators believe an errant round from Preddy's own pistol after it was taken from him may have prompted Border Control agents to open fire. If that's what happened, then that's a shame. Oregon has to get rid of these crazy demon rats. I live here. It's not. Cotex is nuts. Arizona wall was taken down by Hobbs. Ducey put the wall in place. Yeah, but wasn't there a lawsuit by Biden or someone over the wall? Or maybe not Biden, maybe Obama or something. Both deaths are classic FAFO, but the left is trying to get maximum political value out of them. Hey, who's handsome? What's up? Great to see you. Hope all is well. Glad you're back. Well, thank you. There's his gun. You can see he was armed then, too. It's not a good idea to commit felonies while armed. That's considered an aggravating factor. It makes the crime worse when you commit crimes while armed. The 2 agents involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave. Trump sent border czar Tom Homan to Minnesota Monday night in an attempt to de-escalate the chaos in the Twin Cities. At a news conference, Homan told reporters that federal agents would concentrate on targeting immigration enforcement, focusing on migrants who have committed crimes since entering the U.S. illegally. I thought that's what they were doing. But here's the thing. It was a lawsuit over the buoys in the Rio Grande in Texas. Okay. I know there was some lawsuit about it, and it was like a whole thing about it. Oh, look at this. It says, thousands rally in Minneapolis as immigration anger boils. Wow. Thousands of protesters took to the street in Minneapolis on Friday, the latest show of anger over President Trump's immigration crackdown. So they're angry over people enforcing the law. Think about that. Enforcing the law. People marched with signs blasting ICE, the agency leading Trump's mass deportation drive. We voted for this. Everyone who voted for Trump, that's what they said they were going to do. And not just the criminals. I want them all gone. All of them. The left knows the media's on their side, so the left sets up a situation for the optics. Yeah, that's what they do. Minneapolis has become the epicenter. Well, why would Minneapolis become the epicenter? It's because of all the fraud. They're trying to, distract from it. The crowd gathered in freezing temperatures after Bruce Springsteen performed at an anti-ICE concert in the city. Oh, U.S. rock legend recently released Streets of Minneapolis, a tribute to the 2 killed protesters. Oh, what a piece of shit he is. I really hate that guy. If they don't like the law, they can all go live in Somalia. Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, hey, Jacob, what's up? Great to see you. It's always nice to see Jacob here. Whenever Jacob's here, I know it's going to be a good show. I just know it's going to be a good show. Going to know it's going to be a good show. Let's see. Another protester, 24-year-old Max Mayford, said he was demonstrating to conserve what we would consider our democracy and all the liberties we get from living in America. What does that mean if you just let a whole bunch of people come in? If anybody can come here, is it America anymore, or is it some other country? I mean, come on. Ben Togo said that Bruce Springsteen song was on the radio in my car today. I had to switch the station. So terrible. Earlier Friday, the Trump administration charged. Whoa. This is a story I didn't want to talk about just yet. So we're not gonna talk about that just yet. And then, Trump says he's not pulling ICE agents out of Minnesota. Salute to you too. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to. Why do they do that now? I've noticed that on several stories that when we were watching on the Gateway Pundit, they go about, they say it's one story, and you start reading it, and all of a sudden they go into a completely different story. You live in Coos Bay from Portland originally. Coos Bay, is that what they call that now? Coos? That's where you get from the Coos? Yeah, born in the USA doesn't mean jack shit to Bruce Springsteen. No, it doesn't. President Trump said Thursday that he is not pulling immigration and customs enforcement agents out of Minnesota. No, not at all. We're not pulling anybody out. What is the fascination with a bunch of immigrants that don't speak English and subsist on welfare? I don't know. I don't know why these people, because these people are all a bunch of self-hating people. They all think they're racist in their own. Maybe they are a bunch of racists and they know that they're racist, so that's why they're like, we have to. They hate themselves for being racist, so that they want to bring in a bunch of other. I don't know. I don't get it. It just seems like a problem in their minds. The administration will keep us safe, he said. We'll do whatever we can to keep our country safe. Used to crab in the bay down by that way. Don't remember the name. Those weren't buoys. They were exquisite illegal immigration deflection engineering devices. Earlier Thursday, border czar Tom Homan said the administration are working a plan to soon reduce the number of ICE agents in the Twin Cities. Homan acknowledged faults in the administration's crackdown, but said if Tom Homan is saying that there was faults and all this stuff, and then he should be fired immediately. Hey, Dr. Meganauts, what's up? Great to see you. Protests against ICE operations and the shooting have taken place for more than a month across the state. But now, is this? I don't understand. It says a 37-year-old intensive care nurse. Was he an active nurse now, or was he fired? Did he actually have a job, or was he surviving off of getting paid money as a paid protester? And then Renee Good, mother of 3. Now, can you seriously call her a mother of 3 if the state took away 2 of her kids? I mean, shouldn't they say birther of 3 and mother of 1? The Dems just need more people in welfare and no better than less educated. Yeah, quit or fired. Yeah, something. Hey, Margie, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Democrats are urging Trump to fire Kristi Noem. Why? How is it her fault? And the Hill says Trump on pulling back federal president of Minnesota. Not at all.
Of Renee Good. Border Czar Tom Homan has made his first public appearance in Minneapolis since taking over the Trump administration's immigration enforcement operation in the region. In the aftermath of the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, Homan made clear in a press conference that he's aiming to refine the operation.
The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here.
Here to break down all of this is the Hill's deputy managing editor.
I'm going to tell you all, and this is just the facts, the way I see it. This is a surrender. This is, oh yeah, where's just mistakes? What mistakes? Enforcing the law? They were getting, it was a battle, a war, and it looks like they just fucking surrendered. So the communists won. Congratulations. News at 11. There you go. It's all happening in Minnesota where all the fraud has been exposed. This escalated when Nick Shirley created his video. Yeah. But they should not be doing this. You don't sacrifice people. You don't give them a win at all. You give them a win, they burn down police stations. They get more, you get more of it. Any behavior that you tolerate, you'll get more of. We're not seeing this in other cities. Yeah, so why surrender? It's a problem in that city for a reason. But yet, we're going to change. We're not going to enforce the law anymore because people are upset about it. Oh, well, fuck it. I guess we don't have a country anymore. We just have a oligarchy of Democrats that run everything and going to control everything, just like they're doing in Virginia now, where they're going to tax every fucking thing you own. You want to breathe, you have a tax to breathe in Virginia now. They're going to put a carbon tax on you in Virginia. You use electricity, we're going to tax you. They're talking about electricity prices going up 1,100% in Virginia. So congratulations, Virginia. When are you running for president, Drim? Never. Just pissed. It's not happening in Detroit. It's not a surrender. It's just a tactical change because the optics were bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Do you think they will get the rioting under control better now? No. I saw there was riots in fucking LA tonight, so whatever, you know. This is what it is.
You heard Homan there mention improvements that are going to be made. Did he give us any hints in the press conference as to what some of those could be?
That's right, Judy. He did a little bit. He gave us a gist of what's to come. You know, he really talked about those targeted operations with background checks being done to assess the situation before federal law enforcement agents go into a situation where they might be confronted with something unexpected. You know, he talked about, why that was important in case there were kids in the house that they were going to be going to, then they know that they have to be a little cautious. They have to approach it differently. So he really talked about, the difference in approach and why he believed that targeted operations were really the way to go as opposed to, what we've seen with ICE in Minneapolis as those broad sweeps that take place to kind of pick up some of those migrants. And so what we're seeing now is that, Homan really pushing for that targeted approach, but he's also kind of sent.
Well, yeah, it's easy, Kat. The Insurrection Act is the only alternative then. Yes, and it should have already been invoked, and he didn't. I don't think he will. I don't think he wants to. I think he's afraid, and that's the fact. He should have used it in 2020. If he would have used the Insurrection Act in 2020 and clamped down on the riots in all these cities in 2020, it would have been a lot different. Wouldn't have had all this stuff to do and all the crazy shit. He should have done it then. Lincoln wouldn't have tolerated it at all. Lincoln would have done what was right. Lincoln would have arrested a bunch of people. Judges, politicians, mayors, governors, senators. Arrest them all. Lock them up. Fuck it. Get it on.
A message to ICE agents and DHS agents saying that, he supports them. He's long been a law enforcement officer. He got his start in Border Patrol, and he really talked about, how important it is that they do their job day in, day out, how much they put on the line.
That's right. What would Richard J. Daley do?
Also said that they do need to follow proper protocol, and they do need to make sure that...
What would Richard J. Daley do? What would Richard J. Daley do? Well, his famous words were, what trees do those protesters plant? What do they do? What do they do? Well, he would order them to remove all the manhole covers first, the sewer covers, and they would start chucking people down the sewer like they did in 68. And then Greg says a strategic withdrawal until the midterms. We need to keep Congress. And what happened to Lincoln? Yeah, exactly. They've already tried to kill Trump 5 times. 5 times. He's afraid to appear like a dictator. Maybe. I don't know. So I guess he should just resign then. If he's not going to do the job, he's going to let them run the country. Why the fuck is he the president? What did I vote for? For him to be a pussy? Sorry. No. Be the president. You are the executive. Do the fucking job. Whatever it is. Start arresting these fucking people. Holy shit. And so after the midterms, then when the Democrats steal it anyway, then what? Then they can't do anything because they're all afraid of getting impeached then? And then they're hobbled? You have to act now. Now. Any of these politicians that were involved in it, the Democrats, need to be arrested. All of them. Gummy 69 trips around the sun, or the other way around today. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Woodtick Mike. Happy birthday. 69 trips. Wow. Anyway, I'm sorry, people. It's been a long week, like tired week with me, and I'm seeing things and I couldn't talk about it, and I don't know. So now you guys are going to get the brunt of it tonight. Oh, look at this. Border Czar plans Minnesota drawdown, but Trump says it's not a pullback. Oh, it's not. Oh. Tactical retreat, they call it. Jim sounds more and more like a Democrat. How do I sound like a Democrat? I want him to arrest all the Democrats. All of them. Do you think the Democrats will win the midterms now? I don't know. At least they got the light and the loafers washed up journalists. I don't know what's going on. It sure seems like we got a bunch of rhinos that are playing games instead of doing what they need to do. You sure hope Trump isn't waiting for an ICE agent to be killed before he... I don't know. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I don't know. Oh. Catherine Case has just officially got here, lurking while finishing up work. Well, it's great to see you. I wish I could share. Jim needs 1 or 2. Oh, thank you. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, this stuff is upsetting to me. I want action. It's been over a year. He's been president over a year. People should already be in handcuffs. Already. I saw the story about the raid on Fulton County. Like, okay, why aren't people in jail? What are you waiting for? You'll have a set amount of time. It can't just be arrests. It has to be convictions. You have to get the convictions. I get it. I like Nate, but I've seen quite enough of LawTube licking his boot. Okay. Richard Wharton's here too. Hey, what's up? Great to see you. Holman, who Trump sent to Minnesota this week, said the operation needed reform. Really, it needed reform. That means they did something wrong. If you said it needs reform, it means that they were wrong to enforce the law. Okay, I'm not here because the federal has carried its mission out perfectly. President Trump wants this fixed, and I'm going to fix it. Oh, okay. Take the white pill, do what we can, leave the rest to God. I don't see it, man. I really don't. I would almost guarantee the Minnesota Dems are paying Homan lip service. You know what? What power does Tom Homan have? I mean, let's be clear here. He doesn't have a position. It's like a name in name only. He doesn't have a job. He's like the border czar, which what is the border czar? It's not a job even. It's not a cabinet position. At least the guy for the border patrol guy was the chief of the border patrol. He was actually did the job. Yes, we want justice and we want it now. That's right. Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Jim is right enough with the BS. Shut it down and make them pay. If we don't, they will come after us. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They are already talking about what they're doing. You got people that are running for attorney general in Ohio threatening to kill Trump and shit like that, saying that he's going to execute him. Like, these people need to go to jail. Gitmo is the only answer. Let's go. With that, we are now just 90 away from a second additional hour of the show. Thank you very much, Trumpinator. Alaskan Special Forces on deck. I hope so. So do we think regular Minnesotans are getting sick of this shite? They got rioters coming to their state who are getting shot, causing more. I don't know. I don't really know, honestly. I mean, I just want to point out too that Minnesota is like, people think like, oh, California is all jacked up and this and that, but Minnesota is the only state that didn't vote for Reagan. Just remember that. Minnesota is one of the only states that didn't vote for Nixon in 72. Just remember that. Minnesota's always been fucked. They will come after us anyway. Best to make the best of it now. Yes. Yeah. Shut that shite down Negan style. That's what I'm saying. Get rid of the filibuster now and ram through and codify Trump's EOs. So, I mean, that's the only way to do it. Honestly, they're going to stack the Supreme Court. Yes, Minnesota has always been fucked. Yes. Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken, Minnesota's always been like commie light. Always. Always had these, because it's from the people from the, I don't know, I'm going to piss people off, but the people who originally settled Minnesota were all socialistic types. Pat Hacker says, night, folks. Didn't know this was getting a Trump bashing party. I'm not bashing Trump, Pat Hacker. I am telling you how I feel. All right? That's it. And I feel like Trump is giving up. That's not bashing. I want to see more. I want more. I voted for more Norwegians. It's not bashing him. I voted for him 3 times. Yes, yeah. Trumpinator says it's not. Trump needs to be not backing down. Yes. Wasn't it Norway and Denmark that first went to Minnesota? Yeah, and they were always very collectivists. Those countries are very collectivists. Always. Even the Vikings were very collectivist, if you think about it. They would go out and they would get all the stuff and they would bring it back and then it would go right to the guy that was in charge and they would just give it. It was all like very communistic. Trade Minnesota for Alberta, similar size population of both, have plenty of natural resources. You're one of the captured Minnesota residents. Kind of wonder if he's too busy with the foreign crap to deal with the riots at home. Well, that's why he's supposed to have people. He's not supposed to be the only one doing he's got to have people that are in charge. That's why he's got all these people that are in charge of stuff so that they can handle these things. It shouldn't be that Trump has to do everything on his own. He should have people that he could, trust to actually do what he wants. He says, this is what I want done, and they should do it. He shouldn't have to always be doing stuff. And then, they don't respect backing down. They laugh at it. Yeah, they're just going to do more. If you back down, they're just going to do more. You're going to see it in more states. This is why you're seeing now, after this announcement was made, now you're seeing announcements coming out of New Jersey, Seattle, Oregon, all these other states basically doing the same thing. And the state government's going to take care of it. And city governments are going to do it. Trump giving up, that's almost comical. Who knows what's going on? I don't know. I'm just saying this, the appearance. Trump isn't giving up, Jim. Okay. 42% of households in Minnesota own guns, and they get sick of the BS. They'll bury the bodies in one of their 10,000 lakes. Okay. Was that the election where Jimmy Carter introduced Hubert Humphrey at the Democratic National Convention as Hubert Horatio Hornblower? I don't know. Maybe. Micromanaging? I don't know. These agitators are trained. They'll keep pushing for more and more and more. Yeah. Former New York City Mayor Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 913 of the issues, policies, then vote for me. If it's 1313, then seek a psychiatrist. Well, that's not a good, 13, saying that, a politician saying that would mean that if that's his policies, that means he's a psycho, right? Double down, don't back down. Yes, Trump's Achilles heel is that he wants to be liked by everyone. I think that's really what it is he doesn't like, he's got no problem, arguing with people, calling people names, doing things. It's normal thing. And it doesn't mean, it's not like, he's not angered by it per se. He just wants everyone to know, I don't know, he wants to be loved, I think. Our country has leaned red for years. Minnesota, a lot like California, only population centers are blue. Our county, our county. I bet we see the same faces popping up in several blue cities. Well, we know these people have gone from place to place to place. We know it. The liberals found a January 6 signal groups, so laid wait and collected evidence. But we immediately cry havoc and let loose the Chihuahuas of war. Chihuahuas of war? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think there was a secret January 6 signal group, though. I didn't know there was one. I mean, from what I understand, the stuff that they had on the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys and those people wasn't even close to the shit they've got on these people. Soldiers said that Jim is overlooking the obvious. ICE is continuing their mission. CBP no longer has to protect them because after Trump's phone call with Tampa Tim, police were allowed to do their jobs. Okay, I hope so. I hope so, Tony. I hope that's what it is. I don't think Trump's backing down with sending in Holman. He's playing their own against them. Holman is basically bulletproof because of Obama honoring him. Yeah, but they got all that stuff that they were accusing Holman of being on the take, that he took $50,000 in a bribe, remember? Is that what this is all about? Is Holman getting something held over his head because they accused him of being on the take? It's the same in Michigan. All the population is done by Democrats, especially Detroit. Chicago has not had a Republican mayor since Al Capone ran the city. That's all I'm going to say about that. 1920s was the last Republican mayor. Over 100 years without a Republican mayor in the city of Chicago. Congress faces a Friday deadline to avoid a partial government shutdown. Democrats have vowed not to support the funding measure unless there are guardrails placed on Homeland Security. There are guardrails. It's called the law. Senator Susan Collins announced a large-scale ICE operation in Maine has ended less than 10 days after it began. Homeland Security informed her of the news. DHS did not immediately respond. So now we have Republican senators basically stopping Trump from enforcing the law in their states. Wow. Well, with Republicans like that, why do they need Democrats? It's crazy, right? They got these sob stories now. Somali Minnesotans carrying passports to prove their citizenship to ICE. Wow, that's crazy. Some Americans are carrying their passports in Minnesota. The reality of being in Minneapolis right now. Okay. It's keeping their ID on you. Fearing ICE, Native Americans rush to prove they belong to the U.S. You know what? Stop lying. Farhan Hooli, citizen of the Turtle Mountain Band of the Chippewa. When they flooded Minneapolis, Shane Mans dug his Choctaw Nation citizen card out of a box on his dresser and slid it into his wallet. Some strangers mistake the pest control company manager for a Latino. This is just how is this even a story? How is this even a story? All right, let's get to this. I know it's what everyone wants to talk about. You can take bribe money as long as you don't fulfill the terms or so they say, I guess. James Carville thinks Jay Pritzker is a viable Dem candidate. It's like 3 people in Maine. I want to be loved. They just have new leadership. I do like the idea that they're investigating the rioters too. May as well take down the license plate they're doing to ICE vehicles. There is a massive conspiracy going on, and the fact that they haven't started arresting like the people providing the money, whoever is going into Secretary of State databases and giving these data, the information about the vehicles out, is part of the conspiracy. Put it this way, if they don't play nice with ICE, it will get a lot worse in Minnesota. Wow, show me your papers. Yeah, we love you, Brian. Yes, we do. Some crazy lady taped her kids' passports to their head. Well, that's child abuse. Anyways, here we go. Disgraced former CNN hack Don Lemon indicted by grand jury for terrorizing Christians at worship. So it's an indictment. So the judge, to try to protect him, because the judge gave donations to leftist organizations to bring more immigrants in. What do you know? In a step towards accountability, a grand jury indicted CNN host Don Lemon over his involvement in a leftist-led storming of a church earlier this month. The indictment led to Lemon's arrest at the hands of federal authorities on Friday morning. Don't worry, Jim. It's an ongoing investigation. Yeah, give lemonades again. Yeah, lemonades. I hope so. At my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, Georgia Fort, and Jamil Lydell Lundy in connection with their coordinated attack on the city's church in St. Paul, said Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi needs to shut the fuck up and arrest people. I don't want to hear her talk. I want to see people being arrested. She shouldn't be out here. Just same thing with Kash Patel. Stop it with the fucking going on the news. Just do your fucking job. Arrest people. I want to see people in cuffs. We saw people in cuffs all the time when Biden was president. We saw him kicking down doors at Roger Stone's house. Getting Bannon, putting, Peter Navarro in leg shackles at an airport. It's time. It's beyond time. These people got to go to jail. All of them. All of them. Every person, every single person that played any part in that church storming needs to go to jail. Anyone who paid any money for it. Anybody who was communicating about it. Any of them. Sean showed the Jane Fonda press conference. It was bad. Squirrel? No, it's not a squirrel. This is a story. Lemon's attorney, Abby Lowell, who was Hunter Biden's attorney. Wow, what do you know? Also confirmed the arrest of his client in a statement. Lowell claimed that Lemon was detained. No, he was arrested. That's not being detained. Detained is when you're picked up and you're not charged. He was indicted. He was arrested for his constitutionally protected conduct. It is not constitutionally protected to interfere with someone else's right to freedom of religion. Your rights end at someone else's rights. That's just the way it is. You have freedom of speech, but you can say things that are illegal. There are crimes. You can't threaten people. Right? You can't call in bomb threats. That's a crime. You can't make threats. You can't extort people for money. That's a crime, but it's a freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. Well, there's crimes. If you slander somebody, you can be sued, but there's freedom of speech. Where does it say there's special protections for a journalist so they can commit crimes? In prison, his name's going to be Sweet Cheeks. I was thinking his name would be Sweet Meat. Anyway, no. Was no different than what he's always done. Really, if he's always committed crimes, plotted crimes, been in a conspiracy to commit crimes. The First Amendment does not exist to protect journalists whose role is to shine light. No, it isn't. That's not what it does to exist. There is no specific protections for a journalist any more than there are for people. Because journalists are people. And the people have the freedoms, not some journalist. Question, is a male prison punishment for Don Ronaldo Lemon or a smorgasbord, maybe? I actually think our grand jury indictment has more cred than one from a magistrate. Hey, Fran VT, what's up? Great to see you. Woodtick Mike, Cool Frog, awesome. Thanks for being here. Minnesota's more look back when Mondale only had one state. Yeah, well. Lemon's going to get squeezed in prison. I think what happened was, I think they've got the communications. This is my personal opinion. They got the cell phones of these other people when they arrested them last week. They got their cell phone communications. They got all the signal chats and the stuff because it's on the phones. And so they've got Lemon cold and his producers and all these people cold on the conspiracy to violate the rights. Don Lemon is Don Quixote. Okay. Yeah. Oh, instead of investigating the federal agent who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters. So, see, that's the thing. They're calling the guy who spit on an agent, kicked out a taillight, punched an agent, fought with him, and got into a fight, peaceful. They're calling the lady who was blocking cars and ran over an agent with her fucking car, peaceful. Come on. Lying ass media right here. The Federalist has got it. Well, that's not the media. That's actually this lawyer, Abby Lowell. Maybe he hooks up with a white supremacy gang since he likes the Great White Tailpipe. Oh, Great White Pipe. Okay. All right. Never mind. The unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. Oh, fuck you. The rest comes after Lemon live streamed his participation in the leftist-led storming of St. Paul City's church, agitators reported. For his part, Lemon harassed the church head pastor about why he wasn't on board with allowing left-wing anarchists to disrupt his congregation's worship service. Despite claiming afterwards he has no affiliation with that organization and didn't even know they were going to church until we followed him there, former CNN seemingly telegraphed his knowledge of what the disruptors were planning to do ahead of the incident. Yeah, he did. He said "we" multiple times. That's right. Hit the like button, everybody. Hence, fighting windmills and riding a donkey. Okay. We'll get to see what happens after this. Sort of a surprise. We just found out that this morning, and I'm going to figure out if it's the best for me to decide so I can see what happened. A motion to suppress looking at the planner's phone was made. Don't think they've looked yet. They can get the motion to suppress. They've got that information. They already got it. They got it already. They're in the phone. Operation Mockingbird is much easier now because of the internet. Mostly peaceful. Cue CNN clips. Yeah. Schools will soon be teaching whistleblowing to children for extra credit. Probably. He also smeared. He wants to be turned into the new Jimmy Kimmel, and he smeared the church as being rooted in white supremacy. There's a certain degree of racism there, and there's a degree of entitlement. I think it's people who, in religious groups, and I'm not that type of Christianity. It's not that type of Christianity that I practice. Oh, so he's saying he doesn't believe in the freedom of religion because that's not his type of Christianity. That almost sounds like the reason America was founded, because the Christianity some were practicing was not the type that the King of England liked, and so he was killing people. So maybe that's what Don Lemon wanted to do. He wanted to do a new Spanish Inquisition. He wanted to do, he wanted to get Sir Thomas More and put him on the stake and burn him on the pyre. Nah, they pumped that phone immediately. Oh, yeah, they got the phone. Oh, they downloaded the phone, but they can't look at it yet? They already looked at the phone. Yeah, you can't be gay and say you're a Christian. You can say what you want. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's right. That's what Don Lemon wants, though. He actually probably has one of them Saint something crosses in his basement. If you don't want to catch my drift. It's a religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian. If you're a white male, pretty much, he added. So he admitted that he went in there to stop because they don't have religious freedom. That's what he's admitting. Anyway. So Don Lemon arrested by federal agents for storming St. Paul Church. They practice they do the sacrifices to Moloch at the Planned Parenthood facilities. So, and I apologize to Miss Hacker if she left, if she thought because I'm saying I'm unhappy with the way things are going that somehow I'm bashing Trump. I just want him to do more. I want more. I'm living that, the meme of Kylo Ren going, more. That's me, at the far. More. That's me. More. Well, that would be an issue if it's proved they looked without a warrant and a taint team. They had a warrant to search it. They got a warrant to search it. They had a warrant to search it. The phones. That's why they filed a motion to suppress it, because they know they got it. This thing where they say you can't even look at it. That's not how it works. It's how it's never worked. He was covering the Grammy Awards on Thursday night when federal agents took him into custody. I wonder, did the Grammys pay? Did he have to pay money to the Grammys or Golden Globes? That was a Golden Globes. He's facing conspiracy against right charges and a violation of the FACE Act. Lemon's attorney released the following statement. Oh, yeah, instead of doing this stuff. Attorney General Bonney confirmed Lemon's arrest and added that 3 additional agitators were also arrested. And so, as Gateway Pundit reported, radical anti-ICE agitators stormed City's church on January 18th, interrupting Christians in the middle of worship. Instead of condemning the mob's conduct, the far-left reporter inserted himself in the chaos, live streaming the scene. He was part of it before they went in. He was part of it afterwards. He gave the woman a kiss. They know each other. I'm sure there's communications that they don't want to come out. Lemons reminds me of an actor from Grumpy Old Men, maybe. Pray on the sidewalk by Ronaldo's church, you get locked up. They can follow the motions they want, but if they had a warrant for the phone, it's solid evidence. Yeah, there was a warrant signed for it, but that's how they took it. Because they had a warrant to take it. But they're trying to stop it now. Depends on the wording of the warrant, I suppose. Yeah, she was trying to claim that they can't go through her phone because she says there's an attorney-client privilege on there. So what's she going to say, that all the people that she was with are her clients? Because then, basically, that means that there is no attorney-client privilege if the attorney is part of the conspiracy to commit the crime. You understand? They did it to Trump, remember? All his attorneys, they took all of Trump's attorneys' phones. Judge Chutkin ordered that, remember? Judge Boasberg, they took all those phones. So they're going to protect these people? Come on. It's the beginning of what's going to happen here, Lemon said. This is the beginning of what's going to happen here as they shouted down the pasture. They've stopped the service. A number of people have left. Lemon later rushed the church altar and tried to lecture the pastor about the First Amendment. This just further incited the wicked mob of demons. The First Amendment does not protect against unlawful assembly, which this riot was. A corrupt magistrate named Douglas Micko previously refused to sign off an arrest warrant for Lemon, likely because the judge's wife works as an assistant attorney general for Minnesota AG Keith Ellison's office. They need to start investigating these judges. They need to start seeing who these judges are talking to. Get the communications of these judges talking to people saying, oh, no, this person's this or this, we need to do this. That's corruption. That's a crime. Arrest the judges. Judges are not above the law. Yes, payback's a bitch. No one's above the law. Disgraced former CNN anchor arrested for church riot. He was taken into custody by federal agents. So, yes, we got this. Hopefully, he will fight the charges until he's bankrupt. He spent the night in police custody and is expected to make a court appearance Friday morning. He's believed to be charged with what's known as the Ku Klux Klan Act. He's part of a gang of January 18th rioters. Then we got this. Next story. On to the next story. Deputy U.S. Attorney... Deputy AG Todd Blanche says the DOJ is releasing 3.5 million Epstein files. It's always with the Epstein files. It's always with the Epstein files. Always with the Epstein files. Justice Department releasing 3.5 million pages of investigative materials on the cease. Wait, investigative materials. Ellison was telling Donna Lemon that he was good, but he didn't even know what the FACE Act was. Yeah. I think Ellison, if they have recordings of Ellison telling these people committing the fraud, don't worry about it, he'll take care of it. Just make sure they give the donations. He should be arrested. Yeah, it's delicious that they're charging him with the KKK charges. Yes, it is. So the files include 2,000 videos, 180,000 images. Not all were taken by Epstein. Records include search warrants for the Craze financiers' Upper East Side mansion. A sickening amount of pornographic material was uncovered at a compact disc hidden in a safe inside the Manhattan Renaissance. Really? Where's all the surveillance videos? There was cameras everywhere. Where's the hard drives? Where is all that stuff? Majority containing titles with female names and other scrawled girl pics, nude, or miscellaneous nudes. Federal agents also took more than 24 electronic devices from the island of Little St. James. Large quantities of commercial pornography and images were seized. Well, if it's commercial pornography, why were they seizing commercial pornography? It's not a crime to have it. Seems like I don't know. Always on a Friday they try to bury a big story. Maybe. Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Epstein or others around him. No kidding. Members of the DOJ and FBI are working full-time to put out documents, photos, and videos to comply with the law passed by Congress. So disclosures mandated by legislation have taken more than 2 months to complete. Epstein was found dead in Manhattan lockup. Does this prove our judicial system? I don't know. But thank you for the $2. I don't know. And with that, we are now $88. Does that prove something that we're $88 away from a second additional hour? Does 88 have any specific meaning for anybody here? Anyone? Maybe he liked those old school bushes. Maybe. He likes to trim the hedges, as they say. The 66-year-old was indicted a month before for sexually abusing girls, some as young as 14. The financier had previously pled guilty to Florida state charges for soliciting a minor in 2008 and made to register as a sex offender. He served just 13 months in state prison. Clinton and Gates have both denied knowledge of Epstein's crimes. He went on to enjoy relationships with former President Bill Clinton and Bill Gates, Hollywood director Woody Allen, and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. 88 was a good year. 8s are a lucky number for Asians. Okay. Chuck Schumer bragged that they got 236 activist judges confirmed. That's right, he did. To stop Trump. Not like that's not what they're supposed to do. Say former GOP candidate Ramaswamy's fall from grace continues. What's this? Huh? I'm confused. I don't know what that was supposed to be. Anyway. So that's the end of that story. Justice Department releases final cache of Jeffrey. Phil Coggins is here. What's up? Great to see you, Phil. Awesome for you to be here. Did you mention 88? My friend Kyle loves that number. Has anyone seen Kyle? Anyone seen Kyle? Seen Kyle? No, I haven't seen Kyle. Have you seen Kyle? Calgary Olympics were in 88. All right. Have you seen Kyle? Seen Kyle? Seen Kyle? No? No one's seen Kyle. Why does this woman holding the sign look way too young to have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein? I remember a protest girl, a hot mess, holds up a sign of Epstein in front of a federal courthouse. So Justice Department on Friday published a new final cache. Why is Bella upside down? That's not good for her. I guess I could. I don't know. Wait. Can I rotate the... Let me see. I don't know if I can rotate the camera. Do a direction flip. No. I don't think I can. I can just do this. I don't think it. It's like she's looking for him. Yeah, like he's missing. Who's going to be the next villain Nazi after Trump is gone in 29? I don't know. Todd Blanche, Deputy Attorney General, said at a press conference the batch of files marked the end of the administration's plan releases under the law. The new cache includes more than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. Brian Ogden says, 5 a.m. comes early. Smell you all later. Not if we smell you first. The file includes extensive redactions, he said, given the law's exceptions permitting certain documents to be blacked out, including identifying information of victims. He defended a slow pace, saying that the voluminous files required hundreds of attorneys to work day and night for weeks to review and prepare. Richard Wharton says 88 was a great year. Got married and had our daughter. Both are still doing great. Well, that's awesome. President Trump was friends with Epstein in the 90s and early 2000s before they had a falling out. Years before Epstein's first conviction, spent months resisting any release. Oh, those things are going to slam. Look at her trying to blame Trump. They were friends. They knew each other. Some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false. If they have a shred of credibility, they certainly have been weaponized. They would have been weaponized against Trump already. Blanche expressed frustration with the accusations that the Justice Department has declined to pursue associates of Epstein. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up, or that we're not, we're choosing not to prosecute. That's not the case. Former President Clinton appeared in a batch of files released by the department in December. Clinton was featured in a photograph with Epstein's associate at the Epstein estate. Was also featured in photographs. See, they just leave out that he was featured with photographs of women, other victims whose faces were blurred out. Chairman Comer noted that Epstein claimed to have helped set up the Clinton Foundation, and that records show he helped raise money for the foundation. Clinton's published a letter explaining their refusal to testify, saying, "We've tried to give you a little information we have." And they're saying the investigation was politicized. AP just says Justice Department releases massive trove from its Jeffrey Epstein files. But of course, in these new files, it says Elon Musk sought to visit Epstein's Pedo Island, but never made it. Really? Hey, look at this. At Gail Lavoie's here for a super sticker. What's up? Great to see you. Thank you for being here. Awesome. Great to see you. Thanks for the 10. And with that, we are now $78 away from a second additional hour of the show. $78 away. Just $78 away from the second. What? There, finally. Insane. No one ever talks about Clinton and Epstein. Well, I'm trying. Oh, thank you. Tech billionaire Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein when he could visit Little St. James, the notorious Pedo Island. I thought it was called Lolita Island. But in early 2014, but never made it. December 13th, the Tesla and SpaceX founder emailed Epstein that his family would be in the St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? Anytime, Epstein answered, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. After Musk responded, probably the first, then the second or third would be perfect. I will come and get you. The two men tentatively agreed that Musk would visit on January 2nd, 2014, but the visit never confirmed. As Epstein's assistant, Leslie Groff, sent him an email on New Year's Eve. Just a reminder, Elon was asking about coming to your island on January 2nd. Epstein followed with Musk on January 1st saying, sorry, we didn't connect. Why didn't you consider clearing customs in the States? St. Thomas, come for lunch with the wife. Musk wrote back the next day, logistics won't work this time around. So, way back then, it was all the gossip rags that Trump gave a deposition against Epstein and kicked him out of his club. It was a regular ongoing thing. Yeah, I'm that old. Wrote back the next day, logistics won't work. Yeah, so Musk, now 54 later, was scheduled to visit the island in December 2014. According to a copy of Epstein's daily agenda, that schedule indicated Epstein was at his ranch at the time. Elon never went. I can tell you that 100%. A source close to Musk told the Post at the time, going on to claim that the South African-born mogul had no social relations with Epstein whatsoever. It says him and his family. So Elon was going to bring his kids, his family. He has kids, lots of them. Spokesman for Musk companies did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Musk is among dozens of powerful business people and political figures named in the Justice Department's mass release. Wow. So I wonder, remember when Musk was making all that noise saying they need to release the files and all this stuff? Did he know his name was in there? Pam Bondi revived interest in the case by seeming to suggest last February that she was reviewing a client list. Yes. Jim, have you checked out Josh Cedar on X? I don't think so. What's going on with him, man? Musk was giving him the brush off. That's what it kind of seems like. He's like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll come see you when. I heard the term crazy 88, and there are 88 keys on a piano. Back to the Future needs 88 miles per hour to activate the flux capacitor for time travel. Not everyone that knew Epstein knew what he was up to. No, I know. Well, it doesn't seem like Elon really even knew him. Maybe he just got word that he was like a money man behind stuff and like back tech things. Maybe it was like a finding business thing. Musk also fanned the flames of public interest last June during a brief fiery falling out with President Trump. Play first his video if you can. I'll look into him, but I don't have a. I'll look into him. Oh, this guy. I know who this is. This is the guy as he's a trans. I know who he is, a master troll guy. All right, I know who he is. I've seen his stuff, yeah. Trump says he broke off his friendship with Epstein in the early 2000s after a fellow Manhattan and Palm Beach resident posted massage staff from his Mar-a-Lago resort. Musk is only doing robots now. Yes. And TMZ says, Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein, hey man, when can I hang out on Epstein Island? Look at TMZ. Elon Musk has been swept up in the new Epstein files. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe Elon Musk wanted to buy the island. Maybe that's why he wanted to visit. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Then Newsweek has it as Elon Musk's emails to Jeffrey Epstein want to know. The billionaire exchanged emails with Jeffrey Epstein about visiting his island. Epstein discussed potential travel arrangements. November 2012 exchange. Elon Musk asked Musk how many people he would be transported by helicopter to the island. Musk, the world's richest person, replied that it would likely just be himself and his partner at the time, actress Tallulah Riley, who asked which day or night would be the wildest party on the island. It's not clear whether Musk ever visited the island. No, he never visited the island. All right. Then we got a guy who definitely was involved with Epstein over here, Reid Hoffman. Says Silicon Valley can't bend the knee to Trump after the fatal shootings. Oh, yes. Imagine Musk robots on the island. Yeah, it'd be crazy. So LinkedIn co-founder and the guy who paid for the lawsuit by that crazy lady against Trump, this is him. Yeah, this guy's been paying for a lot of the shit you're seeing happen in the streets. Many tech leaders have divested themselves of responsibility to speak out against the administration's excesses. It wouldn't be unusual for Musk to be seeking investment opportunities for a rich guy like Epstein. No, that's what I'm saying. Like at that time, in 2012, whatever, 2012, pretty sure he was looking for money to do SpaceX stuff in 2012. Just saying. And Starlink, probably. Yeah. Several major tech leads have voiced concerns. To Apple CEO sent a note to employees that he was heartbroken over the events in Minneapolis. Oh, yeah, be heartbroken. Yeah, cat lady. Anyway, so. Yeah, and here from Wired says that Silicon Valley tech workers are campaigning to get ICE out of U.S. cities. Oh, Hoffman is a communist piece of crap. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So, yeah, so that's what the tech people are trying to do. LinkedIn co-founder urges tech leaders to denounce Trump. Yes. Oh. Okay. And then we got this on to the next story. We're gonna be moving fast tonight, folks, just so you know. Luigi Mangione will not face the death penalty, according to a judge. I didn't know it was up to a judge to decide if you could seek the death penalty. I thought that was a prosecutor's decision. I didn't know it was up to a judge. I didn't think that was up to a judge. I didn't think what you charged somebody with was up to a judge. what the penalty was. How is it up to a judge? The prosecutor decides if he will face the death penalty. A jury decides if he gets the death penalty. It's not up to a judge. Imagine a society that's governed by those who can't be influenced, blackmailed by special interests. In that utopia, I don't think it ever going to exist. Body cam footage of cops confronting Luigi Mangione at McDonald's. Oh, I never seen this. I never seen this.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Yeah, put your mask down real quick for me. Yeah, sure. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. What's your name? Mark. What is it? Mark. Mark? Yes, sir. Mark what? Rosario. Rosario? Someone called, they thought you were suspicious. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have your ID on you? Yeah, yes, sir. Thanks.
We lied about his
Looks
name.
like someone, you okay to...
He's got a fake ID. Oh, what do you know?
26, 27, 29 out of New Jersey. Romeo 6807 52100 07982. Should come back to a Mark Rosiano.
It's crazy how social media played a major portion of our lives. It's the good old days when 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. news, sometimes 11. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
I appreciate it. And I'll be brief in my opening statement so we can leave more time for questions. I've submitted a written statement, but I'm not going to.
So Luigi Mangione won't face the death penalty for executing United Healthcare CEO. Did you hear about the escape attempt for Luigi? No, I didn't hear about it. Suspicious. Yeah. Well, someone said he looked like the guy they were looking for with the bushy eyebrows. The 27-year-old. So let's see. A Manhattan federal judge ruled Friday dealing a blow to the Justice Department. 27-year-old accused killer will still face a possibility of life in prison without parole. But Judge Margaret Garnett threw out the charges against Mangione that could have led to the death penalty trial in New York. Oh, wow. It's great that judges are doing all this work for these crazy leftists. The FBI will secure a judge's order for Luigi's early release. Maybe. Who knows? Details at 11. Yeah. Some guy tried to break him out. Oh, that's the judge. Look at the judge. Look at the picture of the judge. Wow. The judge issued a ruling in writing mere minutes before Mangione, shackled by his hands and feet wearing a tan jail stars, appeared before her at a pretrial hearing in Manhattan court. Oh. Next, he'll spray you with water and you can act like you can fight. Okay. While Garnett read her the gist of her ruling out in the courtroom, Mangione didn't appear to have a bunch of reactions, staring coolly straight ahead before briefly stroking his chin with his left hand. Oh, look at these guys. No death. The jurors found that the death penalty eligible parts of the case brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office for Southern District had legal infirmities, according to her ruling. To bring out capital punishment praise, prosecutors need to show that Mangione had Thompson while committing a crime of violence. Terrorism? Mangione is charged only with the killing of the executive, not stalking him, but also stalking him, yet stalking doesn't meet the legal definition of crime of violence, the judge found. I would charge him with terrorism. He killed the guy to change policy for politics. They sure were treating Mangione very civilized for a person who cold-bloodedly assassinated a man. I've seen raids against news reporters with more aggression. Yeah, right? Obviously, a Somalia comments. Okay. Oh, okay. Mangione's lead defense attorney told reporters after hearing that their camp was relieved by the decision. The embarrassing blow to prosecutors comes months after Pam Bondi announced the government would take the rare step of seeking the death penalty. The feds could still appeal the ruling, but did not commit to doing so when when asked about it in court on Friday. For now, Mangiano's federal trial is set to start with jury selection September 8th. The judge noted that they could be pushed if prosecutors appeal a ruling. Margie says, I don't support the death penalty anyway for various reasons. I don't really support it either unless there's like proof, like to me, unless it's like, not like just proof, like, yeah, like if there's a video of this guy walking up and shooting this guy in the back of the head, and you have a video of him doing it, and this is the guy, and it's him, like, then it's like, okay. Garnett separately ruled Friday that federal prosecutors will be able to use the key evidence found in his backpack. Oh, well, they'll be able to use the evidence. Oh, that's very interesting. Mangione had stored the 3D printed pistol he allegedly used to kill Thompson in the bag, as well as a notebook which described his motivation to whack the insurance bigwig in a targeted hit. Maryland native is being held at notorious Metropolitan Detention Center without bail. It's notorious now all of a sudden. It's notorious all of a sudden. Ilhan Omar was spraying an attack. She fought back. She didn't fight back. Security grabbed the guy. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Look at this. Oh, my Lord. Wow, that ain't cheap. Charles and Company with 10. Jim tells you gifted memberships. That ain't cheap. Let's see who got those. Thank you. It says that Dissident Porcupine 73 received a gifted membership. Aha. Patrick 7 received a gifted membership. Aha did. Big Mid J3T. Kansas Mima. Andy Gorski. Morning Doom. Lord of D's Huts. Subdivisions. There you go. Chris Baldessano got one. Old School received one. Doc didn't receive one. He already was a member. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, now, folks, that means that we are now just $18, just $18 away from a second additional hour of the show. Cha-ching. That ain't cheap. That ain't cheap. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Yes, very generous indeed. Sheep libs keep swinging that Kool-Aid. Thank you, Charles. Wow, that was a big donation there. Wow, thank you. Yes, thank you, Charles. Very generous. Very generous. And then here's Breitbart just says Luigi Mangione won't face death penalty if found guilty, judge rules. Oh. Look at that face. Looks like a murderer to me. I don't know. Congratulations to all the gift recipients. Yes. Luigi Mangione will not face the death penalty for allegedly killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson when he ruled his case go to trial this year. Well, I just want to say something, all right, about United Healthcare. I think they suck. I think their coverage sucks. I think all their shit sucks. All right? Because I just found out that the main group of physicians that work in this county is no longer part of their plan. They're no longer in their... So you can't go to those doctors or they're going to charge you an arm and a leg. I just found that out. That I saw a doctor and I thought my copay was insanely going to be $50, which they raised to an insane amount, $50 for a copay. I was like, holy crap, that's a lot. And then I found out that, no, you still owe another $105 for that visit because, they're not part of our network. And so even though you paid the $50 copay, which is an out-of-network copay, you still got to pay another $105 to cover what we don't pay them that they want. It's like, what? 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 It's crazy. It's not really fair for someone who tortured a victim to get to just lay down and go to sleep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of agree. What's this, Brian Ogden? What do you got here? What's going on here? What's this? What's this? What's this? What is this? What is this? Oh, okay. That a video. Well, I'll put that off to the side. I will put that off to the side, Brian. They just raised Medicare $200 a month. Yeah. And they're not covering shit. They're stopping to cover shit. Like I said, I think I told you before, there's a pill that I've been taking for like 20 years. And it's always been covered by my insurance. Always. I got a letter in December saying, starting in January, we're not covering that anymore. That's not, we took it out of the formulary. So find something else. What? So Luigi throws away his life and nothing changes at all. I don't have an answer. Magistrate, U.S. district judge dismissed a federal murder charge against a 27-year-old. Why? How could you dismiss a federal murder charge? He murdered the person. Specifically, 2 charges dismissed were for murder through the use of a firearm or use of a firearm with a silencer to commit a crime of violence. They have for having the federal felony of having silencer, an illegal silencer. That's a crime. Mangio was arrested days after he allegedly shot Thompson as he was walking to a conference on a busy Manhattan street. Oh, Sunshine's here. Says, everyone just opened YouTube and here you are. So glad. Well, it's great to see you. If you mean the ACA, yes. This is how Obamacare was always meant to work. It seems like it. Like, what is the purpose of insurance if you have insurance and you're still paying half the amount of the bill? What is the insurance doing? It's like, that's like, they pay 50%, you pay 50%? 2 counts of stalking, the Unaffordable Care Act. If convicted, those counts have a maximum sentence of life in prison without parole. He did use the silencer to murder the person. I think you have to appeal this. You have to appeal this. This cannot stand. Crowdfunding campaign for Luciano Mone's the murder announced that his defense counsel accept nearly $300,000 raised from over 10,000 supporters. These people paying this money, the Bait and Switch Act, be more specific. Okay. Like, here's the thing is, I did not think that you could raise money. Is this on Give, Send, Go, or is this on GoFundMe? Because GoFundMe will not let you raise money for crime peoples. So jury selection for the federal trial is set to begin in September. Judge Garnett also ruled Friday to allow trial evidence recovered from his backpack at the time of his arrest. The trial news comes as a Minnesota man allegedly impersonating an FBI agent in a failed jailbreak of accused assassin this week. So as a Minnesota man was trying to, wow, that's strange, right? A Minnesota man was trying to break Luigi Mangione out. Huh. So great. What are they fucking putting in the water in them lakes in Minnesota, I tell you? Boy, I tell you. Some crazy business. Crazy business. No death penalty for Luigi Mangione. Biden judge rules. Oh, look, it's a Biden judge. What do you know? A Biden judge. The judge by Margaret Garnett, Biden is a loss for federal prosecutors. Judge also ruled that evidence recovered. So I think you got to appeal this. You got to appeal this up. You got to appeal it. You got to appeal it. On to the next story. Trump announces Kevin Warsh as picked to be next Fed Reserve chair. Downtown DCAT said, my daughter is a pharmacist. Sometimes you can get an alternative form of the medication that's covered, example, capsules instead of tablets. No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's Nexium, and it's not even Nexium anymore. It's the generic esmeprazole, magnesium, whatever it is, esmeprazole, omeprazole or something like that, magnesium. It's for stomach stuff. And it's generic. It's a generic drug. It's generic. So I don't understand. It's a generic drug. Why it's not covered? Like, when it wasn't generic, when it was name brand Nexium, it was covered by my insurance. So I don't get it. Omeprazole, magnesium. It's not omeprazole. Omeprazole, I think, is Prilosec. I think it's the other one. Esmeprazole magnesium is the Nexium. It's stronger. It works better, which, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hello, everyone. The first day in over a week, not flat on my back, praying to die. Not out of the woods yet, but my fever never broke and my chest is clearing. My fever finally broken. Well, I hope you feel better, Vince. Yeah, wash. That's how my uncle says it. I wash the dishes. Low-hanging fruit just to begin. Oh, Julio Scissors is here. What's up, Julio? Thank you so much, buddy. I was about to say Prilosec. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the 10, Julio. Prilosec is that one. That's the one. Prilosec is the one they're telling me to get. They're saying, no, go back to Prilosec, which it's been 20 years that I've been on Nexium. I used to be on Prilosec and it stopped working. So they put, they increased it. Oh, precious metals and the crypto crash after the announcement of the Fed share. Uh-oh, yes. Glad you're better, Vince. So with that, now we are just $8 away. Just $8 away. Just $8 away from a second additional hour of the show. Yes. Get a good pharmacist that helps with covering costs. Many just don't help or care. Yes, thanks, Julio. Thanks, Sunshine. Wait, Sunshine do something? I didn't see nothing from Sunshine. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We got 5 minutes left on the goal, and then I got a feeling it's going to be set for 2 hours because we only got $8 left to hit that second hour. It'd be nice if I came in before I reset the goal on YouTube there. I could set it for 2 hours instead of just 1 hour. And then Brian Ogden says, all right, I got the 10. Just stop eating greasy shit. I'm going to tell you right now. Thank you, Brian Ogden. I'm going to get to that in a second, but I want to bring this up first. I get heartburn. I get GERD. I could eat a piece of white bread and I get it. I could drink a glass of water and I get it. I have what's called a hiatal hernia where my flap doesn't close all the way. So I get acid come up. That's just the way it is. I'm just defective. I'm broken. Prilosec omeprazole is linked with an increased risk of stomach cancer. Oh, great. Now I'm going to get stomach cancer, okay, Michael? Thank you so much for being here, but thank you for ruining my night. Now I'm dead. Now I'm going to die. Stomach cancer. That's crazy.
Assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much. With that, we now are going to hit the goal again. We're at a second. Prilosec locked up all my joints. F that stuff. Well, Travis, that's horrible news. Horrible news. I got fired and rehired today. SB Farmer, that's awesome, right? Or pantoprazole. No, I don't want that. I tell you, my husband is the exact same. He uses extra strength Pepsid now. I'm going to tell you, I found something that's even better. There's something called Brioschi that's Italian, that you can get, and it's a mix that you put into water and it fizzes and you drink it, and it's great. But what's even better is they sell these candies, which you guys have heard me sucking on before. You can get these on Amazon. And you suck on these, and it has the fizzy stuff in them, and it's rid of your heart. These work great. You can get them. You can get them by they sell them like 2-pound bags of them for like $20. Like, it lasts you a month. Easy. There's like 100 of them. Yeah, milk doesn't work. No, milk makes it worse, man. If I drink milk when I got GERD, it gets worse. It gets worse. Yes. I used to get GERD at night. It stopped mostly when I sucked it up and stopped eating too late at night. Yes. Brocchioli? No. Brioschi. I'll put it in a chat for everybody. It's called it's a lemon sodium. Yeah, it's a lemon sodium additive. Yeah, it's Brioschi. It's an Italian thing that they sell. Like, you could be like it's like a blue bottle. It says Brioschi on it, and it's got these little things, and you put it in the water. And it's like Alka-Seltzer, but it has no aspirin or anything in it. So it's not a, it's a union thing. Okay. Yeah. But it's Brioschi candies, and I'm like, I'll show you. It's like Tums, but Tums, they have Rolaids has these chews that are really good. Here, I'll open up the wrapper. It's like soda water. So look, I'll show you. These things on Amazon are fantastic for heartburn. Can you see it? Is it focusing? It's not focusing. Why is it not focusing? Why is it not focusing? What is the problem with you? What is the problem with you, Mr. Barnes? Mr. something? There, we'll try autofocus real quick. It's still not focusing. It's still not focusing. It's still not focusing. Anyway, I tried my best. It's still not focusing. Still not focusing. I don't know. I tried my best. I tried. Put your hand behind the item and it will focus. No, it's not. No, it's not. Anyway, best I could do. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Yeah, it's like that, but this is way better. Canberra has GERD. Worth a try. SB Farmer Teachers Union. Hope it's settled and you're secure in your job. I hope so too. Now I'm going to put it in the side of my mouth and slowly let its goodness into my belly. All right, here, just so everyone can tell, this is what I'm talking about, this stuff. It's called Brioski, see, Briosci. This stuff is great if you can get it. Great stuff. I'm doing that. It's like $10 for this on, but there's the candies, see there? The lemon effervescent candies, those are great. Those are great. Not to be concerned with brioche, yes. This stuff. This stuff. It's a popular Italian lemon-flavored effervescent digestive aid. My son says try a lime for gut health. Some people are just more susceptible to stomach issues. It's frustrating. From France? No, this is from Italian. From Italy. It says fragile. Anyway, this is the stuff I would recommend, highly recommend. Sent you DM from Amazon. Okay. Oh, Italy. Gut biome is hard. But gut biome is hard to fix once broken. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, here's the next Federal Reserve chair is going to be this guy. Trump confirmed Friday morning that he will nominate Kevin Warsh to replace Jerome Powell as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Oh, crap. Let me look. Yes. All right. Oh. And I didn't fix the goal. So now, let me do this. Start another goal. 20 super chats. Timer for 2 hours. We are currently $98 away from a third additional hour of the show. All right. You just pimp your dog. Yes, I pimp my dog. I do. I pimp my dog. FYI, sodium bicarbonate is just baking soda. Yeah, I know. I've tried baking soda, though, when I had really bad, I couldn't get anything, and someone told me, here, just take some baking soda and mix it with water and drink it. It made me puke. Yeah, please like, subscribe, hit the thumbs up, turn the notifications on so you get told when I'm live. What's the DM from Amazon? What are you talking about? You sent me something from Amazon? Did you really? You sent me a DM from Amazon? Really? Really, really? Really, really? Awesome. Let me fix this banner. Because with that last $10 there from Brian Ogden, that put us over the top for a second additional hour of the show. So I have to fix this one and make it say that it's 98 away now from a third additional hour. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you all so much. Hey, did you know it's the candies? Oh, the candies? You sent me a DM, it's the candies? Okay. That is the solution. Should be a shoe-in. He's a former Fed member. He should be. There's a problem. We're going to get to that. What's it say? Last night, Robert Barnes said Warsh is an idiot. I have no idea myself. I don't know either. I've never heard of the guy, so I don't know. I'm going to have to look into it. Trump 79 announced to pick a Warsh 55 on True Social. The Post Charles Gasparino reported the commander-in-chief has settled on the former Fed governor to take over the central bank. That's too bad. I want them all to be superstars. Reality, if I'm punching me in the face for it. Well, I have to say, Robert Barnes, as of late, I think he's a fucking moron. That's just my opinion. I really do. His support for Massey and Rand Paul is retarded to me. I mean, it's weird how all of a sudden Massey and Rand Paul are doing exactly what Mitch McConnell wants them to. And Robert Barnes supports that. That's weird, isn't it? On top of everything Trump said of Warsh, he's central casting. He'll never let you down. I don't know. Gasparino reported that the president formally called Warsh to offer him the job on Thursday after a final meeting, choosing him over BlackRock executive Rick Reeder and counsel Kevin Hassett and current Fed Governor Christopher Waller. Barnes is retarded. And he says, I do think Barnes is right about Warsh. Well, I hope. Well, Barnes does have broken clock syndrome where he's right twice a day. So I hope this isn't one of those times. We'll never know, but they're often disappointing. Green tie is an issue. Barnes is a walking, talking black pill. Robert Barnes is a libertarian. Nah, Robert Barnes is not a libertarian. He's not. Barnes is a populist. Maybe. You know, I used to like MTG. What an incredible disappointment. Yeah. I don't know. Never trust a man that doesn't wear a wristwatch. Why would Trump choose Warsh if that is true? I don't know. I am a Trump supporter. I support Trump. Not because of who he is, because of what he promised to do for the country, what his promises were to do. Some of his picks, especially in the first term, were horrible. Were just retarded. Like Rex Tillerson. He's a former Fed Reserve governor. Yeah, well, I don't know why you would want somebody who was part of all the things that get fucked up to go back and do it again, but hey, that's just me. I don't know. They should have picked somebody like, I don't know, like what, Jamie Dimon or someone who actually makes money. You know, I liked MTG too. What happened? Yeah, I don't know. She's not going to let us down. She wants to be on The View. Yeah, that's probably it. Trump said that they all would have been outstanding, and we have a great and unlimited future with Trump. So amazing talent in our country. What time is it? Time to buy a watch. That's right. Why the hell did he pick and then stick with Blondie or is this retarded rhino chief of staff? Why does Trump continue to make horrible picks in general? Like I will say, not Jamie Dimon. Trump didn't choose the cabinet in his first term. Christie and Pence did. Exactly. We saw what that got us. Pelosi makes the money. Okay. There is something about swampy Susie Wiles that I don't trust. She's part of the Bush, Florida people. Like, why would Trump take a Jeb Bush person out of Florida to be his chief of staff? Our president did not say he interviewed Hassett for the Post, but acknowledged speculation linking him to the job. Okay, Michael says, Barnes has valuable insight. I'm going to tell you, if I ever had any tax problems, I would ask Barnes, because, Barnes did great representing Wesley Snipes in his tax. Wait a minute. Keeping enemies close, maybe. Don't you just touch my Pelosi galore. Yeah. Hey, there's my buddy Jim. Hey, what's up, Kevin? Great to see you. 47 might have picked the ones with the most solid CIA, FBI files, maybe. I believe Trump compromised with Deep State with Blondie. He's a deal maker more than a leader. Barnes exists for sports betting, and that's it. Miss you, pal. You doing okay? Yeah, Kevin. I told everybody at the beginning of the show. On Monday, I went and got the shingle vaccine. And I had a bad reaction to it. That's all. It got me sick. I was in the hospital for a couple of days. Nothing you can do. What are you going to do? Hey, Maury's here. Says, hello, Jim tells you, come for recommendations. You, Uwu. Hey, Uwu, what's up, man? Uwu, how you doing? What a surprise. Barnes is actually trying to go after Pfizer in court. Trump, MIA. Barnes will be back after he cleans the Massey from his chin. The Uwu. Uwu? When your judicial system works against you, I think running uphill sucks for a DOJ. Yeah, it's a problem. It is a problem. It is a problem. Okay, love you, pal. We're worried. Glad you're okay. Well, I appreciate it. All right, stop taking vaccines. I don't believe I took the shingles vaccine myself several years back. I wasn't going to get it. I don't do the flu vaccines. I didn't get COVID. I believe for kids, certain vaccines might be a good idea. Mama Bill says, holy cow, Jim, you're feeling better now. Maybe. Could be. We'll see. But Jim, never ever get the shingles vaccine. Shingles has increased by 200% since it came out. I thought, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, people had shingles. Like, do you guys know the story about Bull Halsey, Admiral Bull Halsey, and why he wasn't present for one of the major battles in the Pacific? Because he had a case of the shingles and had to be taken off the ship. I don't want that to happen to me. If it comes down to it, we're engaged in the war for the survival of the United States. I don't want to be taken off the ship because of the shingles. Isn't the shingles vaccine a set of two? Yes, it is. It is a set of two. The doctor told me, you don't have to worry. It's not going to happen again. This was because you were still sick when you got it. You still had a flu. And when we asked you if you were sick within the past 24 hours, you said no. And I said, well, I didn't consider a little diarrhea to be sick. Just saying, a little touch of diarrhea. I didn't consider that to be sick. But whatever. Yes. Don't take any medical advice without researching the treatment or drug your doctor wants you to get. Sometimes there's a new info they won't know about yet. I had chicken pox. Shingles is nasty, but I'm not having more kids. I might get the shingles vaccine. Okay. Warsh is married to Estee Lauder heiress. Maybe he gets Melania a discount. Jim tells you, did you get the shingles vaccine? I missed. Yes, I got the shingles vaccine, and I had a reaction to it. You do know Fauci wanted all the people to get vaccines instead of treatments for most diseases. That's why we have so many vaccines. Oh my God, your doctor told you to get the second one? Yeah, they told me it was nothing to worry about. It was just, a fluke reaction. Definitely won't happen with the second one. I've had other vaccines, when I was in the Navy, trying to think if I got sick. I think I did get sick in the Navy when I got all those vaccines. For 24 hours, I was sick. And they just gave me some Advil and told me to go away. Anyway. A great chairman would have been, but honestly, I don't know. Walsh's selection makes a comeback for the Fed governor who Trump passed over for the top job in 2017 before later expressing regret about choosing Powell. What's it say? But I was not a whore. What is that supposed to mean? Barnes is a defense attorney. He's consistent with that ideology. Okay. All right. I would get a new doctor on Monday with that terrible advice. Yellow fever I got sick on. Navy arm shots caused nothing. Okay. I think I got some, because they gave you so many shots at that time. It was like, you went through a line and you were like, pop, 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 pop. Oh man, I totally understand. Had shingles multiple times. It's affiliated with the Pfizer COVID vaccine. I never got that though. The good old peanut butter penicillin shot they give you in boot camp. Oh yes. Yes. My next door neighbor got the shingles vaccine. He got the bad side effects, the ones that shoot pain through his nerves all the time. What? I mean, my arm is still sore as hell and swollen. It's still swollen as hell right here on my arm. It's crazy. It hurts like a sumbitch. And it's been Monday. Today is Friday. It was Monday. That evolution has reassured some Trump allies, but raised concern among Fed watchers that central bank's independence could come under pressure from the White House. Investors see Worse as more conventional than some other contenders. Spuds is here. What's up, Spuds? And Tasmanian Rebel. I didn't say hi, Tasmanian Rebel, and Spuds is here. La Raza for Trump says, good to see you're feeling better. Crazy that Bill Gates was willing to drug his own wife without her consent. Oh, yeah, I saw that story, too. That was part of the stuff. We didn't really get into that, but that Bill Gates was looking for some kind of drugs to, some kind of penicillin or something. And then without her knowing, fix Bella, please. Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. Sorry. I'm on it. I was trying to, I was trying to do something over here with her, and it didn't work out. I guess I could just do this, make it easier. Is that better? Is that better for Bella? Kevin says, oh, yo, it took years, but I finally saw your arm tattoo. You didn't see all of them. Oh, anthrax was the worst vaccine you ever had? Yeah. They gave... I wonder whether they improved your shot. I don't know. What's up? It is cat box clap. I don't know what that means. Pussy clap. Oh, okay. Yeah, like shocks to his body. Oh my God. Wow. Perfect. That's perfect. Wow. That scares me. After leaving the Fed, Warren joined Stanford Hoover Institution. Oh, great. So we got somebody going to build us the new Hoovervilles. Next, I need to see that bullet hole scar. Well, you're not going to see that scar in my back. Sorry. I'm not taking my shirt off and showing you my back. My somewhat elderly mother got 2 COVID shots, had an immune reaction that required some $30,000 shots. She hasn't taken a COVID shot since. Well, I haven't gotten no COVID shots. Never. Powell's tenure as a Fed chair is due to end in May. The 72 has repeatedly been attacked by Trump. Wow. The previous day, Powell offered public advice for his replacement at a press conference following the Fed's interest rate decision. Stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled in elected politics. Ear didn't land on the moon. EAR. Bullet. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. I grew up in Chicago. Just saying. Pill looks like she lives in Pittsburgh or Philadelphia. Maybe. Yeah, I thought he was just kidding about that story. No, I wasn't kidding. I would never joke about almost being murdered on multiple occasions. That's Chicago. Despite Trump's expectations, Warsh should not have unilateral control over interest rates. Monetary policy is set by the 12-member Federal Open Markets Committee, which votes on rate decisions. No, that's enough info. Another explanation: Warsh's FIL is the president of the World Jewish Congress. Oh, is it really? I concur. The anthrax shocks burned like nothing else. Some other Marines had seizures almost immediately. Well, there was some pills that they gave people during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, that were supposed to help against chemical attacks. That supposedly caused all types of problems with kids. Like people's kids were born with some kind of issues. Oh, Catherine says, geez, Jim, you have a bullet hole in your back. Not enough info, but I have bullet holes and stab wounds. Yes, in my back. Side of my chest. Anyway, long story. It's a long time ago. Long time ago in a land far, far away. Well, I'm glad you live in Florida now. Yes, me too. Southside. Warsh's nomination will still require a Senate confirmation. That process could be complicated by an ongoing Justice Department probe involving the Federal Reserve. And then we're going to skip over that because that's the next story. The central bank earlier this month received a subpoena tied to Powell's 2025 congressional testimony about a building renovation project, prompting some Republican lawmakers to warn they would block all Fed nominations until the issue's resolved. Well, that's crazy. Why would you want to block that? Trump picks Warsh to lead Federal Reserve. Well, this guy, these glasses. These glasses. I don't like these glasses. That was a bad day. Unfortunately, it was more than one day. It was 2 different incidents. The stabbing and the shooting happened at different times. I'm saying. That's Chicago. Trump picks Kevin Warsh as new Federal Reserve chair. Trump nominates former Federal Reserve Governor Kevin Warsh as next Fed chair. This is just the news. All right. And then we got this from Fox Business says, Trump's pick looks like the Dracula. Catherine Kay says, I live 30 minutes from that faraway land. Well, be careful. Sorry I brought it up. I thought it was just a gag back from Dave's streams. I won't mention it again. Wasn't funny when the priest read me my last rites and I told him to get the fuck away from me. I wasn't dying. Not yet. Come on, you know we want to hear the story. It's not a story we're telling. I don't remember very much. I remember telling the priest to get away from me. I'm not dying. I remember that. Yeah, what a shit job. Nobody wanted it. Excellent reason to end the Fed. Trump's pick to lead the Federal Reserve shifts the focus to the Senate, where confirmation could be delayed by some rhino opposition linked to a criminal probe of Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Warsh would succeed Powell, whose terms expire in May, but must first be confirmed by a simple majority in the Senate, a process that typically begins with a hearing and a vote. What? Now I feel like a piece of shit. I'm really sorry, Powell. I don't feel like a piece of shit. It was 30 years ago. So I'm over it. Tom Tillis, rhino, who's not running for re-election because he was going to be primaried and would have lost, doubled down on Friday, saying he will oppose the confirmation of any Federal Reserve nominee until the Trump administration concludes its criminal probe of Powell. Tillis' resistance carries particular weight given his seat on the Senate Banking Committee. The Senate Banking Committee. Now where they figure out where they're going to keep all their money? Wow, there's 122 people here right now, 123. Please remember to hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. And we are already into our we're already into our first additional hour to show, and we already have a second additional hour to show coming. We got about an hour and 30 minutes or so to go. Ish, hour and 30 or so to go. Unless we meet the third additional hour of the show. And then we'll go keep going. We'll keep going. I got stories for days. Kevin Warsh is a qualified nominee with deep understanding of monetary policy. However, the Department of Justice continues to pursue a criminal investigation into Chairman Jerome Powell, based on committee testimony that no reasonable person could construe as possessing criminal intent. Oh, so you're going to need criminal intent to lie to Congress now. Is that what it means? Yeah. Marjorie says, well, I died twice, but not through violence, and yet I'm still here. Well, congratulations, and thank you. God was looking down on you and said, she's got to stay. Remember to smash that like button, people. Well, so Jerome Powell, so Tom Tillis doesn't care that they're spending $2.5 billion of our money to renovate the building, the Fed building. You could build the literal Taj Mahal for $2.5 billion. Less than that. Yes. If you can't nominate people to the Fed and they are all criminals or time out, why should we have a Fed? Exactly, Spuds. Why should we have a Fed? Why? Why? Wow. Yeah. Still, Julio thinks it's funny. As long as Julio thinks it's funny, you're fine. Protecting the independence of the Federal Reserve from political unfairness is not negotiable, said. So Tillis sounds like a piece of shit, doesn't he? With Tillis placing a hold on a nomination, the only way to force it out of the Senate would be through a discharge vote on the Senate floor, a move that requires 60 votes. It is unlikely. Trump told reporters at the White House that Tillis would be out of office soon since the Republican senator was not running for re-election. Renee Collins says, I've been attacked. It sucks. Trump also called Tillis an obstructionist. But he always liked him. Tillis is a piece of shit. If he doesn't approve, we'll just have to wait till somebody comes in and will approve, right? That's it. What's more, his potential ascension to lead the world's most powerful central bank comes during a period of unusual strain. What began as tension over interest rate policy spiraled to a full-blown confrontation, a conflagration, they say. Powell confirmed that the Department of Justice opened a criminal investigation into his testimony where he lied and said that, no, we're not. He said, we don't have any of these special things. We're not having money spent on, fountains, special elevators and shit. When they do. So he lied. It's our money. Our money. Why is it that anyone with the claim of independence seems to always help the demon rats? It's weird, right? They're always independent of Republicans, is what they mean. And the people. Yeah. Tillis is a dumbass. He married and divorced his high school sweetheart twice. Well, that means he's twice as stupid as I am. Powell called the move unprecedented in a video statement. Another example is he described Trump's ongoing threats. He sounds like a Democrat, doesn't he? Sounds like Trump wants to end the Fed like NATO. Well, you know what? There's a story that was scheduled for later on in the evening, but because of this story and this stuff and talking about ending the Fed and NATO, there's a story that I have to. It's like a dog going back to their vomit. Yeah, make them think twice. It was their idea. Make them think of their idea. Yes. But look at this guy. This guy should be fired out of a cannon into the moon, into the sun. On Wednesday, Powell, who addressed journalists for the first time since opening the criminal probe, said his advice to the next venture is stay out of elected politics. Oh, what do you say? If you're supposed to be independent, doesn't that mean you should stay out of politics? So Powell admits he was involved in politics. That's an admission. He joined the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in 2012, was nominated to Trump to lead the bank in 2017. Tillis doubles down on pledge to oppose Trump nominees. Wow, with Republicans like this, who needs Democrats? CNBC says Senator Tillis will oppose Trump nominees until Powell probe resolved. I guess you could resolve it by just charging him with a crime. So there's a story that I want to. Let me find it in the stack. No. Oh, here we go. All right. Let me do this real quick here. All right. So I know where to go back to. This one is. All right. There it is. All right. Let me share this tab. So this story that I wanted to. This one. This is the story that was later in the evening, but I'm going to do it now because we were talking about stuff ending. Tasmanian Rebel says, I may be younger than Jim, but we definitely think alike. Are you my dad? I could be. Woodrow Wilson, I have ruined my country, a nation's system of credit. Our system is concentrated. The growth of the nation and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. That's right. I hate it when my dog does that. Yes. Make him think it was their idea, definitely. So here, check this out. UN chief warns of imminent financial collapse by July. The UN story is good news. Yes, it is. United Nations Secretary General warned that the United Nations faces imminent financial collapse, and that unless all 193 member states honor mandatory payments. A record shortfall left 77% of assessed contributions unpaid. 77% of contributions unpaid. The United States, the largest contributor, refused to budget some payments pledged at $2 billion for humanitarian aid. Oh! There's 193. We're just one. So let the other 192 pick up the slack. Pick up the slack. How would you end the Fed and stay alive? Just do it. You just do it. You just do it and let the chips fall where they may. Says the crisis is categorically different from past UN financial crises because the U.S. is not there to pick up the slack as they've done. U.S. out of the UN, UN out of the U.S. Cut off the UN. Yes, more. Critics note that President Trump has proposed replacing UN functions with the Board of Peace, which critics call a waste of taxpayer dollars. Oh. Well, isn't the UN a waste of taxpayer dollars? Yes. Isn't pretty much like 99% of what the government does a waste of tax dollars? Yes. 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 Yes, Mommy, it's a waste of tax dollars. UN chief warns of imminent financial collapse. I look forward to the new UN headquarters in Gaza. Let them show how to build a country with their vast knowledge. We have been paying 75% plus of the UN budget. Well, not anymore. There's not 193 nations, 193 countries. Every country should have to pay the same amount. The same amount, every country. Every country should have to pay the same amount. Doesn't matter if you're a tiny country, or a big country, you should all be paying the same amount. Isn't that right? I mean, it's the only fair thing to do, right? Because if every country is equal and has an equal vote, then they should all pay equal fucking money. We need the land that the UN building is on. Defund, remove. Yes. 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 Commie. The UN Secretary General warns of imminent financial collapse. The U.S. has cut voluntary funding for UN agencies. See, so voluntary funding. So funding that we were not mandated to pay. Do you think this just started last year? No, I don't think this just started last year. I think it's been going on for a while. I think the U.S. other countries weren't paying because they knew the U.S. would come in and pay for it. And so now, Spain says they will no longer pay their NATO money and will drop out as they need $1 trillion to pay for the immigrants. Yeah, did you see that the king of Spain, just said that there's 500,000 new Spaniards. I didn't think Spain was ruled by a monarchy, but hey, I thought they got rid of the monarchy back before World War II. Just saying. What is the fucking monarchy doing telling them to do anything? Where did they get the authority? UN is worthless to the U.S. and we are useless to them. We are not useless to them. It's like a charity fund from the U.S. The UN are dipshits. They made Somalia president of the United Security Council. Yes. Bingo. We pay them 75% to get lectured at and ridiculed by a bunch of commies and dictators. Yeah. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more. Ba-dum-bum-bum. The U.S. has cut voluntary funding and refuses mandatory payments, deepening the UN's cash crisis. Spaniards, right? Yeah, Spaniards. Yes. Guterres urges members to pay obligations or overhaul financial rules, warning cash may run out by July. Cash should run out by tomorrow if it was up to me. No more. No more. From a song that's from a Phil Collins, Genesis. No more. No more. UN chief has told member states that the organization is at risk of imminent financial collapse, citing unpaid fees and a budget rule that forces the global body to return unspent money. Wait a minute. So the rule that says unspent money if you don't spend the money, what the fuck do you need the money for? Why would you get to keep unspent? What do you think is a fucking lottery where you get unspent money you just get to keep? The fuck out of here. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has repeatedly spoken about the organization's worsening liquidity crisis, but this is the starkest warning yet, and it comes as a main contributor for the United States is retreating from multilateralism and numerous fronts. Why is the United States main contributor? Why the fuck is the United States the main contributor? Don't you see the problem here? We're not the biggest country. We don't have the most people of any other country. All countries get an equal vote in the UN. So why the fuck is the U.S. subsidizing? Why are we the largest contributor? Why? The main contributor is the U.S. Why? No more. No more. Spaniards and Mexicans. S&M. Lol. Yes. If you have unspent money, how are you going bankrupt? Yeah. Something don't make sense. Slight military dedication to Poland and South Korea from the U.S. High fives to everyone else. Yeah. That's how I agree. This is why I voted for Trump. Yes, I voted for him to go. Just walk into the UN, go and singing, no more, no more, no more, no more. The crisis is deepening, threatening program delivery and risking financial collapse. The situation will only deteriorate further in the near future. The U.S. has slashed voluntary funding to UN agencies and refused to make mandatory payments to its regular and peacekeeping budgets. Why the fuck are we making mandatory anything? Who the fuck is the UN to tell the United States anything? They can fuck right off out of this country. Sorry for all the fucks tonight, but we all voted for this. And I've got a whole bunch of fucks built up. If the UN goes bankrupt, luxury brands will go bankrupt. Because that's all the people that are stealing our money at the UN is spending that money on Gucci and Prada and all this stuff that, the unspent money is probably for the pizza parties with young people under UN care. You wouldn't believe the numbers of child abuse in the UN. Yes. Oh, you wouldn't. Yes. And Obama used to get the hot dogs and pizza delivered. Founded in 1945, the UN has 193 member states and works to maintain international peace and security. Well, it's doing a bang-up job, isn't it? Promote human rights. No, it doesn't. No. And foster social and economic development. The United Nations sucks. The only reason it doesn't suck worse than the League of Nations is because it sucks. In his letter, decisions not to honor assessed contributions that finance a significant share of the approved regular budget have now been formally announced. Well, why would the U.S. be responsible to contribute significant shares of anything? I mean, we're only one of 193 countries that are member states, so we should only be paying one 193rd of the budget. Remind us who's chairing the Human Rights Council right now. The Iranians. Isn't the Iranians? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the Iranians. International peace? No. There is no international peace with the UN. The UN is nothing to promote international peace. The UN's as unusual as tits on a is as useful as tits on a broad. Yes. He did not say which state or states we're referring to, and a UN spokesman was not immediately available for comment. It's a Kafkaesque cycle. Under UN rules, contributions depend on the size of the economy of each member state. Oh. Alger Hiss was a key to the founding of the UN. He was a Soviet spy. Yes, that's right. And the U.S. accounts for 22% of the core budget, followed by China with 20%. But at the end of 2025, there was a record U.S. $1.757 billion in outstanding dues without naming them. Oh. Either all member states honored their obligations to pay in full and on time. Gutierrez launched a reform task force in 25 known as the UN 80, which seeks to cut costs and improve efficiency. I detect a hint of sarcasm in your voice. Well, the metamorphosis, maybe. There's a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Fuck them. Fuck them in the ear. Yes. And the states agree to cut the 2026 budget by around 7% to $3.45 billion. So just do the math here. All right. 7% to $3.45 billion. Wow. That's crazy. Remember the UN from the 60s Batman movie? Everybody shouting for peace over each other, accomplishing nothing. They never showed the atrocities they committed. Yeah, that's right. Still, Gutierrez warned in the letter that the organization could still run out of cash by July. One of the problems is a rule now seen as antiquated, whereby the global body has to credit back hundreds of millions of dollars in unspent dues to states each year. In other words, we're trapped in a Kafkaesque cycle, expected to give back cash that does not exist. Referring to another Frank Kafka, who wrote about the oppressive bureaucratic process. Oh, so they're giving money back to states that didn't pay it in, or something is what they're saying. Let's see what the Times of Israel has to say. UN chief warns the global body of risk of imminent collapse. Crisis is deepening. Okay, well that was a shitty story. Kafka, the big cockroach. Let's see. I guess the AP might have the good story. Might have the goods. AP might have the goods. The UN faces imminent financial collapse without urgent action, the UN chief says. Okay, so imminent collapse. It says, while Gutierrez did not name any country in the letter, which was reported earlier by Reuters, a financial crisis comes as the U.S., traditionally the largest donor, has not paid its mandatory dues to the United Nations. Oh, take us to court. Sue us. Yes, the U.S. has been paying back to countries that never paid a thing. Yeah, gosh, what will we do without the UN? That's the thing. Like, the UN is taking money that the U.S. gives to UN and paying it to countries like Iran and Syria and Tasmania. And, I don't know. I'm just naming countries. Mandatory. Yes, mandatory. Yeah, mandatory. Well, the UN needs to get its army and come collect the money then. Does that mean they stop showing up? Well, I mean, maybe we're sick of giving the UN money because they're spending that fucking money on setting up protests in the United States to protest our government. You got to admit, 47's got the damn near whole world shaking in their boots. President Donald Trump has repeatedly said the United Nations has potential, but has not lived up to it. They have potential, not living up to it. Trump says, we are so smart, aren't we? Yes. His administration has withdrawn from UN organizations like the World Health Organization, the Cultural Agency, UNESCO, and pulling funding from dozens of others. Sledge-O-Matic, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. Says, I love that show, Tasmania. The U.S. now owes $2.196 billion to the UN's regular budget. So the total budget of the UN, the total budget of the UN is under $4 billion, and the U.S. is paying $2.196 billion out of that? Go fuck yourself. No more. That's it. No more. No more. including $767 million for this year and for prior years. Oh, the U.S. also owes $1.8 billion for a separate budget for the UN's far-flung peacekeeping operations that also will rise. Oh, why are we paying so much? The country is the whistleblower from 2010. Is that the one with? Is that the one with Matt Damon? Is that the one with Matt Damon? Why do we owe? Newscomb announced California staying part of the WHO. Yeah, I didn't know that was possible for states to have their own foreign policy. I didn't think that was constitutionally sound, but who knows? The country's second on the list for not paying dues is Venezuela, which owes $38 million. So the first person not paying is the U.S. at $2 billion, and Venezuela's second with $38 million. Sounds like there's a problem here. Like, why is the U.S. paying $3 billion a year out of a $4 billion budget? No. Oh, it's not? It's not the one with Matt Damon? Jimmy, you're funny. Matt Damon. That's from Team America World Police, the greatest movie ever made. Rachel Wise about the sex trafficking ring she discovered in Bosnia. Oh, I love Rachel Wise. She's a great actress. She was in I'm pretty sure she was in. Is she the one that was in the? Wait, is she the one that was in the Mummy movies, or is she the one that was in Kingdom of Heaven? I can't remember. Is she the one in the Mummy movies or Kingdom of Heaven? They kind of look similar. Both very, very beautiful women, though. Okay. Gutierrez said they ended 2025 with a record $1.568 billion in outstanding dues. Because so much is owed, the UN's liquidity reserves have nearly been exhausted. The UN will not be able to fulfill the $3.45 billion regular budget for 2026. Unanimously approved by all the members. Well, yeah, so you got all these countries that aren't paying a fucking thing that are getting... she was in Constantine, too. Okay, yeah. It's a really good movie, yes. Okay. Yes, that's her. I got to disagree. Jurassic Park is far superior. Okay. Yeah, it's her. Okay. I cannot overstate the urgency. The story has been corrected to show that the $2.96 billion the U.S. owes to the UN this year's dues of... So this year's dues for the UN, for the U.S. is $767 million. The UN's budget is $3 billion, 3 point something billion. So still, why is the U.S. paying such a large portion of it? So there's countries that are part of the UN that aren't paying a fucking thing? What? I mean, who figured this stuff out? The math ain't mathin' to me. All right. Now, okay. Well, do we go back? Do we go back or do we go forward? Do we go back? I think we go back. All right. I think we go back. Oh, wait. I think we go back. All right. I think we go back. All right. Here we go back. Next story. 3 times the dues. I don't get it. Why? Yeah. Our dues are a third of their budget. What? That makes no sense. President Trump files a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for leaking his tax returns. That's right. President Trump files a $10 billion with a B dollar lawsuit against the IRS for leaking his tax returns. President Trump, Eric Trump, Don Jr., and the Trump Organization filed a lawsuit against the IRS for leaking their tax returns. They are seeking $10 billion in damages. $10 billion with a B in damages. In September 2023, federal prosecutors charged a former IRS contractor who worked for the agency from 2018 to 2020 with unlawfully obtaining and disseminating the tax details of high-ranking public officials and numerous affluent Americans to media outlets. Totally skipped Romania. My Ukrainian friend who lived next to me, Kiev just moved his family to Bulgaria. totally skipped Romania. Okay. He should sue Joe Biden. He should. According to court documents and an official press release from the Department of Justice, stolen tax return information associated with a high-ranking government official referred to as Public Official A, now known as Donald Trump. He then disclosed the information to a news organization, identified News Organization 1, now known as the New York Times. Little John reportedly stole IRS information on thousands of wealthy people. Thousands of wealthy people. Thousands of wealthy people. Thousands of wealthy people. Gotta sue all the wealthy people. Gotta sue all the wealthy people. And then in July and August 2020, Little John separately told tax return information about thousands of the nation's wealthiest individual. He was again able to evade IRS detection. And then he disclosed the tax information to News Organization 2, which published over 50 articles, including using the stolen data. Little John was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Political leaders said he should have been sentenced to 6 years. Yeah, why did he only get 5 years? Oh, because he was a Democrat, doing it for Democrats. He only released data on Republicans, on Trump, so that's why. The IRS wrongly allowed a rogue, politically motivated employee to leak private and confidential information about President Trump, his family, and the Trump organizations, the New York Times, ProPublica, and other left-wing outlets, which then illegally released to millions of people. Yes. President Trump and his 2 eldest sons and family business sued the Internal Revenue Service. I'd like to sue the Internal Revenue Service. Stop taking my money! The civil complaint alleges that the IRS and Treasury failed their obligations to prevent the leak of these tax records. By Charles Chaz Littlejohn. Chaz! We got a story about the Chaz, too. In addition, the plaintiffs are his sons and the Trump organization, Eric and Don Jr. IRS wrongly allowed a rogue people. Yes. So that's that story. Trump and his eldest sons filed $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and the Treasury Department over leaked tax records. It's there. It's all there. Defendants have caused plaintiffs reputational financial harm, public embarrassment, unfairly tarnished their business reputations, portrayed them in a false light, and negatively affected Trump and other plaintiffs' public standing. I can't believe they actually found a real live person named Little John. If the government won't hold their union workers accountable, bankrupt the IRS. Yes. Bankrupt them. Now, I wonder, here's the thing. I wonder, wasn't Chandler Halderson's nickname Chaz? I think so. The guy who ate his parents or took a bite maybe or something, right? That was the guy. That's the guy from Wisconsin, right? Or Minnesota, Wisconsin or Minnesota that whose girlfriend didn't know that his parents were melting or something. Anyway, how does a guy, he nibbled. Yeah, he nibbled. How does a guy with the name Little John get the nickname Chaz? I don't know. Yep, that was it. All right. Yeah, okay. Chomp Halderson. Yeah. Not Chaz, Chomp. Yeah, isn't that for Chaz Chop Halderson? Chomp. Yeah. Convicted of leaking the tax returns. All right, so there's that. Epoch Times says Trump sues IRS Treasury Department for $10 billion. Now, my question would be, and I would need to ask a lawyer this because cat with the future stepmom who looked like Gary Busey. Yes, that one. That was funny. Remember? It's like the lesbians. They were riding around naked on the come ride naked on my tractor or something, right? Some weird stuff going on there. But I don't give and all these criminal agencies, tariffs are working. Yes, more. The federal government, the Treasury Department, the IRS, is part of the executive branch. Okay, hear me out. The executive branch exists only through the power of the president. And there's only one president at a time. Topless swimming and John Deere tractors. So if Trump is suing, okay, follow me here. If Trump is suing the IRS and the Treasury Department for $10 billion, would it be considered improper for the Justice Department for people that work for Trump to settle the case with Trump and pay him out a bunch of money. Wouldn't that be considered somehow a conflict of interest? I don't know. I'm just asking for a friend. Chaz, named after the community that declared independence from the U.S. during LM. Oh, yes, there's a good story about that, too. A $30 million story about that. Hey, Democrats, you need to elect somebody competent. Yeah, definitely. Judges have limited the power of the president to manage the federal agencies. Oh, yeah, but they have... is he basically suing himself in a roundabout way? That's kind of what it is. I mean, he's not suing. He wasn't president. I mean, I don't know who was president at the time. Like, if he was president at the time, he's technically suing himself. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Trump, January 29th, filed a lawsuit against the IRS. The lawsuit filed the U.S. District Court of Southern District of Florida is seeking $10 billion in damages. Trump brought the lawsuit in his personal capacity. His two eldest sons in the Trump organization are listed as plaintiffs. In the 27-page lawsuit, the plaintiffs allege that Little John worked for the IRS as a government contractor illegally obtained. Yes, legally obtained stuff. Yes, the suit alleged the IRS Treasury of failing to take mandatory precautions to prevent the breach. It said that he had staff-like access to tax return, confidential tax information, that defendants had the authority to control the detailed physical performance of his work. So this might be a slam dunk dinger ringer. So let's see here. We're gonna try and zip through some more of these stories because I want to get to the Chaz Chopper one. So FTC, that's the Federal Trade Commission. Trump is suing himself if you are criminally retarded. No, you're not following what I'm saying, though. Trump is the head of the executive branch. The IRS is part of the executive branch. So is, the Treasury Department. He appoints the head of it. So he's suing them for what happened. But technically, right now, those agencies are run by Trump. So technically, he's kind of suing himself. It's in a weird way. I'm just saying, it's the CEO suing the corporation he works for. That's crazy, right? Yes, more of this, please. Doc42 says, let's see what that is. I have totally tried to stay away from the riot shit tonight just because. Oh. All right, well, maybe maybe I'll pull this up, Doc. I have it here. I'll keep it off to the side. I keeps it off to the side with some other stuffs, okay? With some other stuffs. So the FTC warns law firms about DEI hiring. U.S. Federal Trade Commission said on Friday it has written to 42 law firms. Terry, right. We're on the same page and some of our roommates apparently do not get it. Oh, well. Right, those agencies are unconstitutional. Trump is highlighting the hypocrisy. Okay. I'm just saying that he can order the IRS to settle with himself for $1 trillion. That's why I think if he did that would be crossing the line into some corruption type of bullshit. Just saying. Yeah, give me money. Oh, wait, Trump. Now if he was to, I think they might later. If he was to do if he takes the money and then gives it to all Americans, that would be funny. Did anybody else get to open up accounts for their kids or grandkids or anything? Trump accounts? Those went into effect. When you file your taxes, they're going to give you the option to open accounts for any child was born before a certain date or something like that. That would be an impeachable act. I think so. I would say that you can't, that's like double dealing. That's like the same shit that Brandon Johnson is doing with negotiating with the teachers union, which he's a member of and on the board of the teachers union and the mayor of Chicago. And he's negotiating salaries for these people and which he's part of and he gets benefits for. He's still a member collecting an income from. I think it's the same kind of stuff. That's my opinions. That's what I say. That's what I say. But I could be wrong, though. His administration eliminated DEI-related programs in the government. Several private firms have rolled back such initiatives. The FTC letters were addressed to many of the country's largest and most profitable firms. Three of them, Paul Weiss, Wilhelm Hale, and Perkins Coie, were targeted last year by the Trump executive orders. Paul Weiss and two other firms named by the FTC, Skadden Arps and Latham Watkins, reached deals with the White House to avoid or sidestep such orders, pledging millions of dollars in free legal work to mutually supported causes with the administration. Exactly why Trump is highlighting the hypocrisy. The FTC's list also includes Wilmer Hale and Perkins Coie, which filed successful lawsuits challenging the president's executive orders as unconstitutional. Representatives for 5 firms did not immediately respond to requests for comments. The FTC said all 42 firms participated in a program overseen by Consultancy Diversity Lab that seeks to establish and boost gender and race employment practices in the legal profession. Diversity Lab did not immediately respond for requests for comment. Since 2017, Diversity Lab has offered a certification for law firms that ensure at least 30% of their candidates for leadership roles are underrepresented lawyers. The group also previously defended the legality of the program, citing a May 25 ruling which a federal judge found the certification does not establish hiring quotas. So saying you have to have 30% is not a quota. Did you read that? Did you hear me? I feel like Grady Judd. Did you hear me right? They said 30%, and they said that's not a quota. 30% is not a quota. Well, what the fuck? That's math. That's a number. Yeah. How could it not be? Exactly. How could it not be a quota when it says you got to have 30%? That's a fucking quota. Holy shit. Are we taking crazy pills? I think I must. I must be taking crazy pills or something. Because it just don't make no sense. It just don't make no sense. It just don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Okay, I saw what happened. Exactly 0 lawyers are underrepresented. Yes. It's crazy. So, FTC chairman said in a statement that firms were warned that agreements among firms to meet metrics for diversity can distort competition for labor and legal professions, including along dimensions like hiring decisions, pay, and promotions. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission last March demanded detailed hiring data from 20 firms, including applicant names and whether race or gender influenced decisions. University of Virginia tax and returns. We have copies of 2 pages from Trump's 25 return that were leaked early 2017. He wasn't president for that long. Yeah. Reuters special report from July found that 46 of the 50 highest grossing U.S. firms in the Trump era had scrubbed or altered websites' references to DEI. Well, that's what they feel like they got to do. Here we go. It says, FTC warns big law or DEI program that sets up unwritten rules for diversity hiring. Agency vows to target unlawful coordination on DEI metrics. That's right. It's warning top law firms their participation in a DEI program that sets hiring standards for legal industry may violate antitrust laws. Briosky's must be good, Jim. Oh, they're great. They're great. FTC chairman said that Covington Burling warning to them that the Mansfield certification program and writes unwritten rules for diversity hiring practices. Get them. Get them. Get them. Get them. Get them, boys. Get them. And we're moving on up to the east side with a deluxe apartment in the sky. All right. Now, this is a little funny story. Joe Rogan breaks his silence on the Golden Globes podcast snub as he shares real reason for missing out on the award. That's right. Yikes. Speaking of Hoffman, turns out he was an Epstein repeat client. Yes. Yes, he was. Reid Hoffman. Yes, he was. We'll get to that. get to that. So yeah, so Joe Rogan, here's the story. Writes unwritten rules. Yes, they wrote him down. That was dumb. Joe Rogan, all right, the Golden Globes had a podcaster of the year thing, and they wanted Joe Rogan to apply. And they're like, yeah, you're going to win if you just apply because you got the greatest podcast in the world. But you got to pay us $500, and then we'll give you this award. Joe Rogan said, go fuck yourself. And Megyn Kelly said, go fuck yourself. And anybody who was not an idiot said, go fuck yourself for the $500. Yes. Rogan paid the money to be nominated. Yep. I am number one. I don't need an award. Joe Rogan disclosed why he was absent from the Golden Globes' first ever Best Podcast Award nominations, revealing he turned down the opportunity to compete. Speaking on Thursday's episode of the Programme with guest Bert Kreischer, the Machine, the 58-year-old podcaster explained that organizers had approached him about entering the competition. They asked me to submit to be nominated for the Golden Globes. You had to pay $500, and the $500 is like for paperwork or whatever, and I said no. The submission fee billed as a covering administrative cost proved a sticking point for the host, whose show ranked among the 25 most popular podcasts eligible for consideration based on listener figures. I don't name, wait a minute. See how they do that? He was in the top 25. Was he the top number one? Was he the top, what was he like? What number was he? Number one? Number two? He had to be number one or number two. Mr. Rogan made clear his fundamental objection in participating in such ceremonies, expressing contempt for the entire concept of industry awards. I don't want to be part of that. I don't care. You're just a group of people that just decide all of a sudden that you're going to give out an award. Yeah. So now we know the winner bought the win. Well, you had to pay. It's like, I'm going to tell you, it's like these other things, like a lot of lawyers pay money to get this thing saying this type of good lawyer. 25 homosexuals paid willingly. Something. I said the host dismissal of the accolade grew more emphatic as they continued the critique. Mr. said, I get a trophy? Fuck off. The podcast host comments caused a frenzy online, with many viewers left shocked that the awards require a submission fee. They make the nominees pay? What? Asked a confused fan. A submission fee for a nomination? That's a bold strategy. Yeah, the award shows were once a big deal, but they've run their course and now largely obsolete since they no longer control exposure. A fourth added, Joe is a national treasure. Best response ever. Pay for your own award. Yeah. Yes. Just like paying for a star on the Walk of Fame, it's all fake and gay. You have to pay for a star on the Walk of Fame. Well, I mean, and you can't, just anybody can't get a star on the Walk of Fame. You have to be famous, like a famous movie star, if I'm not mistaken. I think they just make you pay for the cost of it, like what it costs to actually, to do it. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to buy a Grammy for my band. Well, good for you, Julio. Good for you. Oh, Breaking Bad star sparks outrage as he calls for revolution against rich old white men. Wait, so which Breaking Bad? The rich old white man? Breaking Bad star? Or the young rich white man? Which one? Amy Poehler. Yeah, did anyone ever hear this person's podcast? Because I can't imagine it's anything worth listening to. Others praise Rogan's take on submission fees. Correct, it's corrupt. Rogan justified his stance by pointing to his unrivaled position in the podcasting landscape, arguing that chart performance speaks louder than any trophy. I already won. You can't tell me I didn't win. I've been number one for 6 years in a row. Go to eBay. Lol, good idea. The Joe Rogan Experience has maintained his position as Spotify's top podcast for 5 consecutive years, whilst also claiming a leading spot on both Apple and YouTube rankings. Huh. I think a star on the walk starts at a minimum $50K. Nobody wants to say. Wow. He said, all of a sudden you're going to have a contest in front of all these people wearing tuxedos. And you're going to say, now I'm number one. Fuck off. I don't care that I'm number one, but I am in fact number one. That's right. We're number one. We're number one. Comedian and actress Amy Poehler claimed the inaugural honor for her talk show Good Hang, which launched in 2025. How many views did Good Hang get? Is it going to tell us? Rogan offered a measure for praise for the winner while announcing. I'm sure it's good. It won. I'm sure someone must love it. If it sucked, they would give it to someone else, right? However, he noted the backlash that followed the announcement. I just noted Amy Poehler won, and a lot of people are upset. She had a podcast for 6 months and she won. Great. You gave it to a famous person, which, in that world, that's what they do. Amy Poehler has a terrible, horrible voice for podcasting, very grating. Like, how can a podcast that just started 6 months ago win? American television host Bill Maher had previously criticized the Globes as fucking smug arseholes for overlooking Rogan's program. Mr. Rogan's not alone. Yeah, like, Bill Maher has a podcast called, Open Bar or something like that, right? Or something like that, I think. I don't know. Wasn't Travis Kelce's girlfriend supposed to take the number one spot for 2 seconds a year ago? Yeah, remember? No, it was Travis Kelce's, wasn't his girlfriend. His girlfriend, it was his sister or something, or sister, or some shit, or somehow in her. Never knew the actress had a podcast. I heard Ted Cruz does too. Representatives for Megyn Kelly confirmed that she similarly chose not to submit the Megyn Kelly show for consideration, having previously described the nomination procedure as a dog and pony show she found farcical. The 6th podcast that did receive nominations for an award was Good Hang with Amy Poehler, Smart Less, hosted by Poehler's former husband, Will Arnett, alongside Jason Bateman and Sean Hayes. Oh, so it's just like famous people's podcasts. Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. So it's comedians. The Mel Robbers and NPR is up first. Oh. So why would NPR? So it's like Amy Poehler is SNL. Will Arnett, SNL. Jason Bateman, I think Sean Hayes was, if I'm not mistaken, was gay writers just went on strike. Their Fruit Loops reps weren't representing them hard enough. Okay. Dax Shepard, another, and then they call her daddy. Okay, whatever. Wow. Sounds just like a TV lineup. And this just says, Joe Rogan skips the event after refusing to pay the entry fee. Forbes says, Joe Rogan says he refused to pay $500 required for the Golden Globe nomination. The union just went on strike against themselves. Oh, wow. All they're doing is screwing up and making, they're just screwing up and making it so that, they're going to lose. They're going to lose. They're going to lose any support they might have gotten. Wow. Wow. The U.S. pays 75% for the UN, but they never win an award for uniting the nations. That's crazy, right? It's crazy. All right. Then we got this announcement. Breaking news. Celebrating American greatness with American motor racing. President Trump announced, by authority vested in me as President of the Constitution of the United States, America's IndyCar has set the pace for motorsports worlds. Remember the SNL skit, Delicious Dish, Sweaty Balls episode? Don Lemon is a journalist in the same way that Dylan Mulvaney is a woman. Yes. So IndyCar racing is a source of pride. So they're bringing it, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix to Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. They're going to bring IndyCar racing to D.C. Trump signed the order, and they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Trump signs Celebrating American Greatness with American Motor Racing Executive Order to bring Freedom 250 Grand Prix. You guys know what a Freedom 40 was or Freedom 45 was? Anyone? Freedom 45? This is Freedom 250. Anyone a fan of Trailer Park Boys? Know what Bubbles, Julian, and Ricky got up to? The craziness they got up to? Andrew Jackson would love that. Yeah. Freedom 250. Freedom 250. Where's my 250? He signed an executive order establishing the first ever Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Grand Prix. Like in JB Prickster, the Grand Prix. So maybe it's not JB Prickster, maybe it's JB Priester. Sam Squanch. Yes, you got to be careful in the Sam Squanches. They'll get you, the Sam Squanches. This comes in addition to planned events this year, including the Great American State Fair, the brand new Patriot Games, and a UFC fight at the White House. So we're having Patriot Games. We have a clear and present danger with the cartels. What else is going on? The race is scheduled for August 23rd, celebrating American greatness with American motor racing. For over 100 years, IndyCar set the pace for motor sports. It has given us racing legends such as A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, and continues to thrill every Memorial Day when people travel from across the globe to the Indianapolis 500, the largest single-day sporting event in the world. Wow. So, yeah, the Secretary of Interior and the Secretary of Transportation are directed to designate a route through Washington, D.C. that is suitable for conducting an IndyCar street race that will showcase the majesty of our capital city in a celebration of the 250th anniversary of America's independence. I'm not an expert, but I thought Washington, D.C. was set up in a spoke and wheel setup, like goes like this, DuPont Circle and these other things. So shouldn't it be easy to have a race and one to go around the circle streets? I don't know. Trump recently teased the announcement on Truth Social with an AI-generated ad for the race. Oh, what's this? Trump invites Nicki Minaj up on the stage. Nicki Minaj comes to the stage to perform for all you gentlemen. Get it, girl. Oh, let's see. Okay, we'll play this real quick because somebody brought it up. So we'll just show this.
It's easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Trump accounts.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan.
Whoa!
And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of
I hope so.
force behind him, and God is protecting him.
God is protecting him.
Amen.
Amen.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay right here. On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir. Thank you very much. Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up.
That is better than getting Scott Bethany. So let's go here. Now we got this. It says Trump orders IndyCar race on the streets of Washington for America 250 celebration. Freedom 250, I thought it was. Wow. That's one of them new Corvettes, isn't it? Yeah. That's one of them new Corvettes. All right. Trump plans IndyCar race for America 250. Ooh. All right, on to the next story. I'm going to try to blimp through. I got a bunch of these I want to get through. I didn't even get any videos or nothing today. Judge refuses to release DC pipe bomb suspect. It's their hands. It was weird. This is weird. Their hands. Their hands, yeah. So judge refuses to release the DC pipe bomb suspect. Bum, bum, bum. What is this blue? What the fuck is this? What is going on here? A federal judge has rejected a request to release from trial pending trial from the suspect accused of planting the pipe bombs outside Republican and Democrat national committees ahead of the January 6th Capitol attack or Capitol protest. How is that a Capitol attack? But the other stuff. Judge Amir Ali, appointed by President Biden after Trump was elected, ruled Thursday that Brian Cole Jr. must remain locked up while awaiting trial. The decision keeps intact the magistrate judge's ruling that no conditions of release could reasonably keep the public safe from the danger posed by Cole, who has pleaded not guilty. Cole's attorney pointed to his lack of criminal record and diagnosis for autism and OCD as results that let him out of jail. He said that on the hearing on Wednesday, the idea that strict conditions of release wouldn't keep Cole in line is entirely farcical based on the facts. The actual nature of the offense matters here, Ali pushed back. Cole's arrest last month came after what the government officials called an aha moment led to a breakthrough in nearly 5-year investigation. Yeah, the aha moment was somebody actually looking, because it's kind of suspicious to me as just the lay person looking on that this guy who has connections, his family has connections to Ben Crump, Ben Crump has ins with the Biden Justice Department and DOJ, somehow didn't make a call and say, stop looking at this guy. He's one of us. Magistrate Judge Matthew Sharbaugh said Cole's apparent continued purchasing of materials used to make explosives through the summer of 2022, on top of the investigators finding those materials in his home, refute the notion of past alleged conduct amounted to some anomalous event. Did he do anything was it a crime for him to possess those materials? Was it a crime for him to purchase those materials that are legal to purchase? I'm just saying. Like, a lot of people don't realize you can build a lot of stuff yourself that's a lot of fun. You could build a lot of fireworks yourself. Completely legal. It's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, but you're completely able to build your own fireworks. This stuff's all sold online that you can buy. Different, I won't tell you the formulas, but there's different things you can buy to make, your own firecrackers that are loud. You know what I'm saying? Cole's attorneys have argued that he had a proclivity for science experiments and experimenting with potassium chlorate. I wouldn't use potassium chlorate, though. Potassium perchlorate is much safer and stable. A component in explosives amounted to his efforts to create rocket fuel. His mother affirmed as much in a sworn declaration. But Assistant U.S. Attorney Charles Jones said the declaration prompted federal investigators to take a further look into his purchasing history. They said they found that in 2018, Cole bought beaker sets and sulfur dust used in the pipe bombs. He said that fins and cones for a model rocket were not among Cole's purchases. Miss Me caught a bunch of show and had to lurk. Also needed to cool down after seeing some stuff released. Gundam Zig, I missed you. I'm so glad you're here. I was very upset. I was worried that you left me. I think the father did it. Hello, Gundam. Maybe the father. But the father has real connections to Ben Crump. Prosecutor claims to show the pipe bomb incident was not isolated, but had a years-long continuum of conduct. Defense attorneys rejected the government's assessment. Jones also said the pipe bombs placed outside the DNC and RNC had all the components of a functional explosive device. Devices did not detonate 5 years ago, but an explosive examiner for the government was able to explain how the materials of bombs could be put back together to create a functional device. So in other words, yes, they could be put back together. And as long as we put some explosive compound in there, it'll blow up. There was no explosive compound in them. They didn't alert the dogs, remember? Jones said that Cole told investigators he was worried that devices were volatile, allegedly putting them in his backpack one at a time over concern they'd explode on him. He certainly believed those devices were viable. Cole's next hearing is set for February 27th. Crump sounds like something that needs a change of drawers. As a kid, I put permanent red stain on our ceiling after I thought I could only play with chemicals outside. Yes, chemicals are dangerous. Yes. If convicted, Cole faces a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Huh. And while the count of attempted malicious destruction carries a 5-year minimum up to 20 years behind bars. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. WBOC Delmarva's leader reports. Judge refuses to release man charged with planting pipe bombs. The AP comes in and says, Judge refuses to release man charged with planting pipe bombs on the eve of Capitol riot. So that's it. That's the story. The judge refuses. Judge refuses. Judge Amir Ali refused on Thursday that Brian Cole must remain in jail while awaiting trial. He upheld the decision by Magistrate Matthew Chabot. He pleaded not guilty to making and planting the pipe bombs. All right. Oh, and here we go. Here we go. Here's a story for you. Here's a good story for you. Check this out. Gavin Newsom accuses Dr. Oz of racism for claiming the Armenian mob is behind California's massive hospice fraud. So Dr. Oz, they've been investigating stuff in California and different stuff. And Dr. Oz said it's the Russian and Armenian mobs, which is a big thing in L.A. I hate to break it to you. It is. And so Gavin Newsom says, no, you see, that's racism because Oz has Turkish background. So that's, be the Turkish, the Armenian genocide, all that stuff. So it's just Oz continuing the Armenian genocide.
In Los Angeles, at the U.S. Attorney's Office, we're talking about fraud. This place has become one of the epicenters for fraud, waste, and abuse in America. $3.5 billion just here in Los Angeles County, we think, around hospice and home health care. Then you add in all the other things like they have in Minnesota, but in California scale, it's huge.
And what we have witnessed is a 7-fold increase in hospice in LA County. 7-fold. That doesn't happen naturally. There are not 7 times more deaths in LA County than there were 5 years ago. These fraudsters, and these do tend to be foreign influences. These are Russian, Armenian gangs, mafia, that are leading a lot of these efforts, we believe, have been able to corrupt and work with doctors who are willing to lie, to use that MD degree as a license to kill.
A lot of it's driven by foreigners who came to Los Angeles, very different culture, Russian Armenian groups, and this mafia seems to have taken over the system. They've corrupted doctors, they've normalized fraud so that everyone sort of expects it, but the magnitude of it is so great that we have to take it on aggressively. It's a focus area for CMS, and this administration under President Trump is not going to tolerate taxpayer dollars being stolen because people aren't paying attention anymore. We're focused on this.
We're focused on it. Albanian mob, I would believe. Well, I don't know. So Gavin Newsom and Dr. Mehmet Oz continued trading verbal blows as the government implied that President Trump's Medicaid czar was deliberately singling out Armenian-owned California businesses for accusations of fraud. I would hope they have some proof. They got used to that easy money during a Sniffles event. Who would have ever thought Dr. Oz was a patriot? That's as bad of an excuse as blaming the Jews. Yeah. How can you tell something is true when Newsom says it's not true? Best indicator. It wouldn't be a KKK response without blaming racism. Wow, that's literally murder for hire. Yeah, I mean... Our office is reviewing reports that Dr. Oz targeted the Armenian American community in Southern California recently, making racially charged claims of fraud outside Armenian-owned businesses, including a popular bakery. What? The office included the fiery accusation what appeared to be an oblique suggestion that Oz's Turkish heritage played a role in the facilities he pointed out in taking part in an emerging alleged fraud scheme. That Jew was so convincing. Did Joe Nerman have a cold? I saw a report. I thought Joe was going somewhere. I thought Joe was going somewhere today. Something about getting on a plane on Spirit Airline. Joe is really not, helping to dispute. What the fuck word am I thinking of? The whole thing about a certain group of people being very frugal, disabused, whatever it is. He posted today about taking a flight on Spirit. Now, I thought maybe he was going to Tim Pool or something like that. But then again, I was like, well, it's Friday. He can't do stuff on Friday night, so he can't be going to Tim Pool. Anyway, so I don't know. So news scum and the former TV doctor gave a back and forth for several days. Oz threatened a major campaign to root out medical fraud in California. Yeah, Armenian bakery and hospice care. Yes, they use the ovens for dual purposes, per se. Which he says are being controlled by members of the Russian Armenian mobs. Oz posted a video earlier this month which he toured LA, pointing to hospice facilities he said were fueling billions of dollars in fraudulent activities. He said Monday that the Trump administration is aggressively cracking down on the Medicaid fraud in the state. Yeah, Newscomb says, hey, that's my money. Stop fucking with my money. They're taking my money. I want my money back. Going up to the spirit in the sky. The mafia seems to have taken over the system. They corrupted doctors. They've normalized frauds. Everyone sort of expects, but the magnitude of it is so great, we have to take it out aggressively. Smell of fresh bread and fresh dead. Yes. I laughed at Joe's post, also suggesting his wife was subtly trying to kill him. Oh, maybe she was. Speaking in front of a hospice center in Van Nuys, Oz detailed what he alleges billions of dollars in fraud. We have learned of roughly $3.5 billion of fraud taking place here in Los Angeles in hospice and home care. Quite a bit of it by Russian Armenian mafia. He called the city an epicenter for the healthcare fraud in America. The video built upon a claim Oz made earlier this month about the hospice care in Los Angeles had increased 7-fold in 5 years. A skyrocketing rating told the Post sparked an investigation. Oz claimed the scale is huge. Yeah. The Armenians are finally figuring it out. Combination Bakery Leering Center. Page out of Somali folks. Representative for Department of Health and Human Services not immediately respond to a request for comment. He said the Post speaks for itself. Newscomb files a civil rights complaint against HHS. Yes, you're violating the civil rights of our criminals by calling them criminals. Stop calling our criminals criminals. Your words. Wait, it happened to the First Amendment. Doesn't he have a First Amendment right to say what he thinks? Come on, you demon rats. I have a feeling this is
12 single committee appropriations bill.
No, that's not what it was. So California Governor Gavin Newsom filed a civil rights complaint with the Department of Health and Human Services against Medicaid and Medicare Service Administrator Mehmet Oz. Maybe Gavin Newsom is a racist against Mehmet Oz because he's got a funny name, Mehmet. On Thursday evening, Newscomb announced that his office was filing a civil rights complaint with HHS. Bakery, hospice, crematorium, yeah, all in one. And they said he spewed baseless and racially charged allegations. So it's racially charged to say there's the race of what? The race of Russians? The race of Armenians? What? Isn't Armenia from the Caucasus? Isn't that part of the Caucasus, Armenia, right? Or Balkans? So it's like literally Caucasians? Like literally the definition of Caucasians? Like literally. Same thing with the Russians? Literally. $24 billion missing from the homeless fraud in California. Oh, yeah. Where's the money that was raised for the fire victims? That money's all gone. Remember that whole thing? The fire rose, they raised $1 billion or something, or several billion, it's gone. Yes. And the governor's office noted that Oz's claims has already caused real-world harm. Caucasus Mountains next to Azerbaijan. That's what I thought. Like, they're right there, right? Right? Am I crazy? Oz posted a video documenting the allegations, and Newscomb says it's already caused real-world harm, reducing businesses at the Armenian bakery. Really? Why would a bakery have anything to do with the businesses being lost? I mean, maybe the bakery was just a money laundering thing. Maybe. It's possible. Maybe because they don't have money to launder, it's reduced their business. I don't know. Just saying. And he pointed to a 4-block radius, he says, is location of 42 hospices suggesting potential fraud. He also referenced a business, he says, part of a $16 million fraud scheme. Albania is the Balkans. Okay, Caucasus Mountains. All right. Armenians are the champions of automobile fraud. My Marine unit sent one to Iraq. Corpsman had to order him to was his feet. We called him Special K. Corpsman had to order him to his feet. Okay. That's what I thought. Did they sue Liam Neeson for his Taken movie? I don't know. I have a very special set of skills. And with my special set of skills, I will show you how to steal 24 billions from Gavin Newsom's money, and he will only need a very small piece of it back to him. High-speed rail money. No bread for you. Let's not talk about the ovens, or I'm going to start spurging out about World War II and fraud. Just saying. How many ovens would it take to bake all them cookies? You know, in 3 years or 4 years. How many ovens would it take? Oz describes the Armenian script on the business signs while the Americans cameras pan. You notice the lettering language behind me. That's not been a lot of attention to these problems in California. Taken was the Albanian mob trafficking humans. They no joke. Oh, okay. Wait, those were Albanian, Armenian. Aren't they all the same thing? Literally part of the Armenod subrace of Caucasus race. That's what I thought. Armenoid. Yeah. You can't say noid, though, because if you say noid, like Caucasoid, something noid. Snarf! 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 Wash had to order the American Armenian to wash his feet because they stunk so bad. Oh. Why not? To wash his feet. Oh, okay. Iceberg, Goldberg, they're all the same. Okay. All the A's, what's the difference? Yeah, Mongo. Yes, Lloyd. Mongoloid. Yeah, that's what I said, Mongoloid. Yeah. There's another one that starts with the N word, but I can't say it. On social media, Newscomb disputed Oz's claims and said, there's no fraud in California. It says that California revoked more than 280 hospice licenses and banned new licenses starting in 2020 because of concerns about fraud. Really? Huh. Our office reviewing reports that Oz targeted the Armenian American community, making racially charged claims of fraud. Given the historic sensitivities involved, we are taking these allegations seriously. Oz's parents immigrated to U.S. from Turkey. Armenia and Turkey have a long history of hostility, with Armenian genocide under the Ottoman Empire ranking among the most violent incidents. True dropper bogs. Yes. Wow, that's crazy, ain't it? Yes. L.A. fraud probe focuses on 42 hospice centers in a 4-block area. So there's a fraud probe. See that? This says, Gavin Newscomb smears Dr. Oz as a racist. Who's a racist? You're a racist. Wouldn't you want to be a racist too? Because Oz asserts Russian Armenian gigs are involved in a $1.4 billion fraud. I think it's more than that. There he is. And these are the days of our lives. Yes, it is. So that's what he's doing, Gavin Newscomb. It's like, because he's Turkish, you see. Wouldn't that be a racist assumption by Gavin Newscomb to say that because he's of Turkish descent, that means any criticisms he has of Armenia has to be racism? Isn't that just racism, a racism circle? As a white man, Gavin Newsom can't make those claims? All right, here we go. Ready? You guys ready for this now? You're going to be really upset when I tell you this. Laken Raleigh murderer Jose Ibarra requests a new trial. Yes, you see, the man convicted of killing. Here, we'll listen to this lady talk about it.
In the national spotlight centered right here in Georgia. Now the man convicted of killing Georgia nursing student Laken Riley is trying to get a new trial. Channel 2's George Estevez joining us now live in the newsroom. And George, a witness for the defense, just finished testifying.
Yeah, like you said, Karen, 10 minutes ago, Jose Ibarra is serving a life sentence now for the murder of Laken Riley on the University of Georgia campus back in 2024. Now, prosecutors say Ibarra, a Venezuelan who was in the country illegally, attempted to sexually assault Riley, and she died in the struggle. Ibarra waived his right to a jury trial. Instead, Judge Patrick Haggard heard the case, convicted him on all charges, including malice murder. So this afternoon, Ibarra's attorneys were in court arguing their client's constitutional rights were violated, so they want a new trial. The defense called Dr. Ruth Ballard to testify. She's a California-based forensic DNA consultant. Ibarra's attorneys had wanted Ballard to review complex DNA data before the trial, but she said she needed about 6 weeks to do the analysis. The defense asked to delay the trial until she could review the data, but the judge denied that motion and the trial went on.
The answer is
Oh, so they waited until the trial was started to say they needed. Why is it just this?
You know, that unless every star aligned, and all of that came to me, and I was able to protect.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is this lady wearing around her neck? Why does she have a life jacket on in the fucking house? What is going on? What is this? Elvia, who is this? Is a crazy lady that was going to come and fucking tell you that the DNA wasn't the DNA. It wasn't him. Holy fuck.
Aside, I would not have been able to do it, no.
So the judge is now expected to rule after March 2nd on whether Ibarra gets that new trial.
The lady said she would not have been able to do it. She didn't do it. She didn't try to do it. I was just about to ask that. It's crazy, right, Rocky? Great to see you, Rocky. She's wearing a fucking life jacket in her house. What, is she afraid she's going to drown if she pees her pants? Holy crap. Yeah, so they are arguing his constitutional rights were violated when a request to delay his trial was denied. They wanted Dr. Ruth Ballard to review the complex data. She testified and said the work would take around 6 weeks. So the answer is unless everything in the stars line, all that Cammy was able to do, the judge is expected to rule whether Ibarra gets a new trial. They arrested him. Ibarra's trial took place in November. He waived his right to a jury trial and elected instead of a bench trial where the judge reached a verdict. Prosecutors call Riley's roommate, a woman who lived with Ibarra and more than a dozen law. Wait, okay. The way this is worded sounds really fucked up. He still hasn't learned any English even while chilling in prison. No, System of a Down. Yeah. Keeping her from drowning in the shit she was spewing. It's fucking weird. All of this came to me in a dream like Candace Owens. Okay, well, she's in the Naval Reserve. Okay, all right. Sorry. Armenian band. System of a Down is an Armenian band? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Wake up! Take up! Isn't that it? Well, you man. I just thought it's her turn in the barrel. All right. Defense called a police officer, but this says pursuers called Riley's roommate, a woman who lived with Ibarra. Doesn't that make it seem like the woman that lived with Ibarra was Riley's roommate? I mean, that's the way I read it. And more than 24 law enforcement officials. Maybe it's a menopause heat flash type thing. Maybe. A few good tunes there, yeah. Defense called a police officer a jogger. Defense called a police officer a jogger and one of Ibarra's neighbors. So to me, that sentence reads like the police officer was also the jogger who used to be one of Ibarra's neighbors. After closing arguments, Patrick announced a guilty verdict on all charges. 3 counts of felony murder. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I could see if it was a jury trial, you would want your expert to come in to cash doubt on the DNA evidence. But with the judge being the judge ruling on it, I don't see what the future will be entirely indecipherable. Behold, the professional writers. Yes. Like, I am confused by that. But he wants a new trial. I think if he gets a new trial, he should get the death penalty. That's what I think. And then he says, according to Court TV, Jose Ibarra says defense did not understand the evidence in the murder appeal. Okay. Oh, this is a damn. This is some kind of damn. What is this? Is this going to actually talk about it, or is this going to be? Oh, look at this. Lee County Solid Waste, Collier County. Oh, that's great. It's Collier County. Let's see here.
A few more items to present for victim impact, and then I'll address the indictment with the court. And one of the things I wanted to share with the court is that
the defense attorney
times
identifies
when
as a
we hear
retarded female. I see. Okay.
victim impact evidence, it is very much so the way that we hear it here in court. Hold on, I'm going to pause this for. But what we have in this case is something that I ran across in my review of the evidence in this case, which is really 1 minute of where this court will be able to get the true impact of what the murder of Laken Riley did to her family and the impact of his actions on her family. Because what the investigators did in this case is, as you know, they were all wearing body cam videos, and there's hundreds of hours of it in here. And there is one moment.
Oh, wait, no, okay. Well, sorry, I don't want to. This is crazy when they found out. So attorneys are expected to appear at a hearing on Friday as convicted killer fights for a new trial. DNA expert testifies as judge weighs new trial. I mean, wasn't a jury trial though. So do you have he was sentenced to 2. I mean, are they saying that her opinion of the DNA, it's not him? I mean, I'm confused. Ibarra's attorneys say their failure to comprehend the data meant they could not cross-examine state's witnesses. When offered the opportunity, his attorney said they chose to repeat that they could not understand the evidence. Oh, so they're going with we're retarded. Okay. Ibarra's attorney said their failure to comprehend the data meant they chose to repeat they couldn't understand the evidence. Okay, so no, that's just the things. Defense closings and Ibarra's appeal also points to the judge's decision to allow evidence obtained from 2 cellular devices believed to belong to the defendant as a reason to toss the conviction. What? Oh yeah, you let us use evidence against them. Toss it. Lawyers claim he has a mental deficiency that affects his ability to stand trial. So now they're just throwing all the shit at the wall to try to get this fucking scumbag out. He's too stupid. He shouldn't be charged. He's a retard. And that says a knife, belly cut, guts wrapped around his neck, slung over a branch or rafter. No hablo. Yeah. That prosecutor talks so slow. Good Lord, defense lawyer sounds black woman vernacular. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. AP says, judge hears testimony from DNA expert as man convicted of Laken Riley seeks a new trial. Are they saying he didn't do it? I thought he admitted it. Judge consider whether to grant a new trial. Hosea's trial attorneys had asked the judge to delay a hearing set a few weeks before his November trial after the expert told them she would need 6 weeks to review the data. The move could have pushed back the trial. How can it take 6 weeks to review DNA data? You look at the data and say, oh, yeah, this is the DNA. It matches. He did admit it. I thought he admitted it. The expert said that she could not rule out the possibility that Ibarra's DNA was transferred onto a jacket and other evidence she reviewed indirectly. Under questioning by a prosecutor, Ballard acknowledged that she had not finished a complete review of the case. She also acknowledged, writing, that a reasonable explanation for the crime lab finding in this case was that Ibarra's DNA got onto the evidence when he killed Riley. That is a reasonable evidence. So the DNA expert is going to testify about what? Like other scenarios of how the DNA could have got there? It was his DNA that they got on there. Either the DNA expert would be about that DNA. Like, is this the correct? Holy shit. Holy shit. With his Dances with Wolves actor Nathan Chasing Horse disrupts courts week before sex trial abuse. Uh-oh. That guy looks scary. Trump seeks $6.2 million in legal fees from Fannie Willis office over election interference case. Bird DNA. It could be. Yeah. Jury finds Chicago man not guilty of circulating a $10,000 bounty. This is crazy, right? $10,000 bounty. Yeah, it's not a crime in Chicago. See, I tell you, stay out of Chicago. It's dangerous. The Not Real Media on Nabarro's request to vacate his guilty verdict and life sentence and grant him a new trial. He gave attorneys another month to file legal arguments. Haggard found Nabarro guilty of murder charges in November after he waived his right to a jury trial. Prosecutors decided before trial not to seek the death penalty. He entered illegally in 2022 and was allowed to stay by Sleepy Joe Biden. The first bill Trump signed upon taking office was the Laken-Riley Act. Yep. Prosecutors say Ibarra encountered Riley while she was running on the University of Georgia campus. Riley was a student at Augusta nursing. Ibarra's lawyer argues constitutional rights were violated by the judge's denial of a request for a delay. Under Georgia law, a notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days before the conviction becoming final. The filing of the motion for a new trial effectively extends the deadline for filing an appeal. Ibarra's trial attorneys filed a motion for a new trial within weeks of his conviction. New lawyers have since taken over the case and filed an amended motion for a new trial earlier this month. So they're going to say that these lawyers were too retarded to do the job correctly. That's what they're going to say. They're going to blame it on. So he is innocent O.J. Simpson style. Yeah. Uh-oh. 4 hours. We hit 4 hours. Instagram has disconnected. I totally forgot about that. Totally forgot. So I'll remove it and I'll end the stream on Instagram. I totally forgot about Instagram ending. Totally forgot about Instagram ending at 4 hours. Totally forgot. Anyway, so his trial attorneys asked the judge to exclude evidence and expert testimony based on the use of the True Allele casework software that is used to analyze DNA. Oh yeah, you have software to analyze. Throw that out. Throw out the evidence. Another casualty of Joe Biden's open border policies. Yes. So there's this. This says, why is Tulsi Gabbard in Georgia? Because Trump sent her there. When Tulsi Gabbard went down to Georgia, she was looking for a soul to steal. She was in a bind and she was way behind. She told the devil, let's make a deal. You're going to give us Fannie Willis and the rest of all them crooks, and we're going to hold you to account, and we're going to look at your books. For that mofo. They're trying to say his DNA was transferred on to her, which happens by just being by someone by the amount of DNA, and her should disprove that. Yeah. Why is Tulsi Gabbard at the FBI raid in an election office in Fulton County? Asked Mark Warner. Oh, why? The DNI is evaluating both past and during vulnerabilities in the election infrastructure. Spy chiefs do not typically concern themselves with matters of domestic politics, but it's not domestic politics. There was people's. It's really weird. This happened after they got Maduro, and Maduro told them all the goods on Smartmatic and Dominion. And whatever the other programs were. I can't even remember. The Office of Director of National Intelligence. Part of the mandate includes defending against foreign meddling in U.S. elections. She's there to return the diamonds. Yes. Similarly, Trump said an executive order in 2018 during his first term tasked the DNA with delivering an assessment on foreign threats to election security. Biden issued a continuation of that order 4 years later. Trump renewed the order in 2025, and it still remains in effect. Launch a probe into Fannie. Yes. Oh, yeah, Maduro. Yes. We know through investigation, intelligence, and public reporting that electronic voting systems have been and are vulnerable to exploitation, says Olivia Coleman, a Gabbard spokesperson. Yes, they know. They know. Trump administration sees foreign influence as an urgent threat ahead of the midterms. Tulsi's presence indicates a foreign involvement. Yes, it does. Experts consistently say otherwise and insist there was no widespread fraud. They've changed it. They keep changing the wording. They say no widespread fraud across the country. Trump has never conceded his last election loss. That's right, because he won. I went to bed. Trump was winning. I woke up, and they changed it overnight while everyone was sleeping. During the raid on Wednesday, the FBI executed a search warrant. They had a search warrant. They seized ballots from the 2020 election while also searching for electronic records and voter rolls. Trump narrowly lost Georgia to Biden by less than a percentage point. A subsequent recount confirmed that the Democrat had won. Yeah, recount when all they did was the same thing they did the first time. Yes, they will all be in jail. I hope so. Gabbard spent months conducting a deep dive into past elections. She has not, however, done so in secret. During a cabinet meeting in April, Chief Spook announced we continue our extensive investigation around exposing the very serious issue we have related to election integrity. Trump expects Gabbard to deliver. The election is 6 years in the past. A consultant who studied fraud claims on behalf of the 2020 Trump campaign told the Wall Street Journal, which first broke the story, there's no undoing it. I can't imagine there are more important things to look at. No, you have to. You don't say, it's in the past. All crimes happen in the past. Either Gabbard believes there's a legitimate foreign intelligence nexus, in which case she is in clear. Clear obligation to keep intelligence committees fully and currently informed of relevant national security concerns. Warner wrote it. Oh, she didn't tell us everything she's doing, so that's the problem. You see, so that's what they're pissed about. They didn't tell us. They didn't tell us. She didn't tell us what the deal was because they would have leaked it. Spy Chief Gabbard visited full on the election site to ensure integrity of our elections. Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah. Trump confirms what Gabbard was doing at the election center. Let's see.
Shell Point redefined.
Oh, screw you. Screw you.
Gabbard doing at an election center in Georgia today?
She's working very hard on trying to keep the election safe, and she's done a very good job. And they, as you know, they got into the votes. You got a signed judge's order in Georgia, and you're going to see some interesting things happening. They've been trying to get there for a long time.
Yeah, they've been trying to get there for a long time. And then this NBC News says Tulsi Gabbard under scrutiny for showing up to the FBI raid. Yeah, Rudy got the shaft for going after them. Is Maduro talking? I think Maduro is talking. Dominion had an office in Toronto. And I did something reported today that there was some confirmation from somebody that there was an office in Serbia or something, just saying. Melania is beautiful. Yes, she is. She is a knockout. A knockout. Look at this. Look at this shit. Conservative judge, they're claiming, in Minnesota tries to keep Trump administration in check. So a fucking district court judge in Minnesota thinks he runs the executive branch. Somebody elected him president. Nobody told me that we had an election. And this fucking ass clown, U.S. Chief Judge Patrick Schlitz. Well, here's the thing. He's not a fucking judge in Minnesota. He's not a conservative. If he was blue-slipped by the fucking demon rats that run Minnesota. Tulsi got a sexy picture. I'm pretty sure it was planted. Yeah, I said Serbia. Kemp is in Georgia. Yes. Yeah, sure. Declaration didn't come from Democratic governor. Look at this. A law enforcement agency executing Trump administration immigration crackdown has been described as a serial violator of court orders. Declaration didn't come from a Democrat governor. It came from a judge. ICE is not a law unto itself, said Chief Judge Patrick Schlitz. He wrote this week, referring to ICE. He wasn't referring to tactics, the office who killed 2 citizens. He was surveying other judges in his court. Schlitz was talking about the government's failure to comply with 100 court orders. Oh, really? 100 court orders that were ruled that they were unconstitutional and ruled they had no authority and were thrown out? Those fucking orders? The list should give pause to everyone. So these judges just make orders that they can't follow or they can come up with saying, you're not following these orders. The judicial sabotage of democracy is unending. That's right. Schlitz is among several judges who called out the federal government. Just like District Judge Kate Menendez, who prohibited officers using tear gas. Though an appeal put it on hold. They violated the order that was put on hold. Fuck you. All these judges need to be arrested. All of them. Every single one of them. Arrest them all. He's been a judge for 20 years. It was nominated by George W. Bush. Oh, he served as a law clerk for Supreme Court Justice Scalia. Oh, and Scalia said he was a retard. He hated him. Shit said he was taking an extraordinary step of ordering ICE Director Todd Lyons to appear. How about you go fuck yourself? You don't order ICE Director to appear. You go suck a dick. How about that? The Department of Homeland Security responded by calling him an activist. Hack. Yeah. Shits acknowledged that he gave money to the Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota. Oh, which gives free counsel to immigrants. And to Minnesota Legal Aid, which gives poor people, oh, look at him. So he's a fucking scumbag, just like the rest of them, who probably makes money off illegals and gives money to them. He's a fucking not a conservative at all. He's a bleeding heart liberal. Not even a bleeding heart liberal. He's a fucking Democrat, a demon rat. That's why he got blue slipped in by Al Franken. And the other leftist scums, probably like Klobuchar face. Ugh. He's conflicted. He should have recused. That's right. He should be fucking impeached over this. He violated the canon of ethics. But you would think that the judge, Justice fuckface Roberts would do something about this shit that keeps happening in his house that he's not keeping in order. But he went to Harvard. He went to Harvard. Yeah, I thought the same. Sincere is a great word. Yeah. They have no ethics. No, they don't. But see how this is like this conservative judge in Minnesota tries to keep Trump in check. Really, show me this guy's rulings that he's a fucking conservative. Show me his rulings. How much you want to bet he's not a conservative? He's a shitbag. Oh, look at this. This is the story I definitely wanted to get to. No. What are you doing to me here? Seattle just lost a CHOP wrongful death lawsuit. That's right, folks. Seattle has to pay $13 million family of the man killed by the CHOP fuckface security guards that killed this guy who was a black man driving. They just shot him up. On June 29, 2020, 16-year-old Antonio Mays Jr. was in a vehicle that crashed into the barriers of the Capitol Hill occupied zone, CHOP. Mays was shot and killed. He left his home 10 days earlier to join the civil rights movement. According to a note, he left his father before departing their home in Southern California. Doesn't Melania speak something like 6 languages? The paid off party. Yeah, I like to hear more than Pam. Yeah. According to the spokesman review, protest medics tried to treat Miles' wounds and witnesses called 911. First responders would not come to the CHOP, however, and Mays was taken by a private vehicle to meet paramedics outside the zone. So this is what happens when you surrender. Gargling balls is the only fluency I require. Oh, okay, got it. The following morning, police cleared the encampment and arrested dozens of people. CHOP had taken over 8 square blocks of the Capitol Hill and remained untouched for 3 weeks prior to the shooting. Antonio Mays Sr. filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the city of Seattle. The suit initially targeted Durkin, former police chief Carmen Best, and other city officials. King County Superior Court Judge Sean O'Daniel later threw out those arguments and narrowed the case to whether the city failed its emergency response. Yesterday, a jury ruled the city had, in fact, failed in its response and awarded $30.5 million to Mays' family. A jury has found the city of Seattle negligent and liable for the Chaz Chop killing of Antonio Mays Jr. The family's been awarded roughly $30 million. Watch Mayor Antonio Mays Sr. break down after hearing the verdict.
Clerk, please read the verdict form.
The state of in the Superior Court of Seattle, in the Superior Court of the state of Washington in King County, the state of Antonio Mays Jr. by and the personal representative of the state of Antonio Mays Jr.
I read the chat. Sorry.
Versus City of Seattle, the government entity, defendant. Cause number 23-2-10439-1 SCA. Special verdict form. We, the jury.
That's cranked up 800%. I don't get it.
As follows. Question number 1. Was the defendant City of Seattle negligent? Answer yes. Question number 2. Was the defendant City the approximate cost of the death of Antonio Mays Jr.? The answer is yes.
So they have to pay. They have to pay up. All right. Hackers just took down a massive ice doxing website. I saw that story. Right here, Seattle ordered to pay over $30 million for the fatal shooting of teen in 2020 protest. I would call it a protest when you fucking declare yourself not part of the U.S. anymore, which they did. That is literal definition of an insurrection. There's a lot of grape soda and Cheetos. That's a lot of flaming hot Cheetos. That's a lot of bags. That's a lifetime supply. That is a lifetime supply. Okay. All right. Alrighty. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this now. We're gonna do a couple quick little blurps here because we didn't. Because we did not hit the goal for the additional third hour, but we did hit 2 extra hours. But so social justice activist. Advocate once named Bostonian of the Year sentenced in fraud case given a slap on the wrist. Oh, look at this. Look at this angry black woman. Got a slap on the wrist. Wow, what do you know? Slaps on the wrist. So social justice advocate once named Bostonian of the Year given slapped on the wrist in fraud case. Yeah, it's a well-known community social justice founded Boston nonprofit reduced violence, pled guilty to 18 of 27 counts, wire fraud, mail fraud. She was sentenced on Thursday to 4 years probation, ordered to pay $106,000. So federal prosecutors recommended District Court Judge Angel Kelly sentence Kelly grant to 18 months in prison. Her crimes were greed and opportunity. Their husband diverted COVID relief funds from their violence in Boston nonprofit for personal expense and collecting about 100,000 illegal unemployment benefits. So she gets probation. She gets probation for stealing all this money. The couple received $54,000 pandemic relief funds. They also conspired to defraud Boston's Office of Housing Stability for $12,000. They forged employment documents so that another family could receive $44,000 unemployment assistance. Filed false tax returns and didn't file tax returns. Canada grants well-known activist circles. In 2022, after indictment, VIB said it suspended all programs and was shutting down. She gets probation. Just gets probation. Just gets probation. What do you know? And then there's this other one here. Look at this. A legal alien from India arrested and charged federally in Ohio for fraud and a massive money laundering operation, scamming American seniors out of their life savings. Leftists want to kill ICE to protect this scum. What do you know? We're not going to get into a whole bunch of this because we're going to end the show here. But,
2 men are facing federal charges after a massive money laundering bust that all ties back to a U Toledo student. Tejas Patel and Navya Bhatt are both facing 3 counts of money laundering. They were just arrested. Federal agents say the 2 were part of a massive scam that we first told you about back in May of 2025. The scams defrauded multiple people out of hundreds of thousands of dollars in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. The group was allegedly involved in multiple scams, including PayPal schemes, the Microsoft computer fixes, and Bitcoin scams. The victims were often ordered to pay in gold bars, Bitcoin, or large amounts of cash and told to put it outside of their door. That includes a woman in Toledo who was scammed. After the group claims they were with the Federal Trade Commission, she turned over $40,000 in cash. Meanwhile, Patel and Bhatt both appeared in federal court within the past hour. Patel waived his preliminary hearings. They'll both be back in court February 6th. Patel will be for a detention hearing. Now, as for Bhatt, he is facing an ICE detainer at this point. Another court date has not been set.
That's weird. That's weird. Okay. All right. Well, folks, I think that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to call it a evening, call it a night. Well, I will be back. Saturday night again for another show. Definitely, most definitely for another show. I want to thank you all for being here, and I will see you all again. I think the Planned Parenthood cases were about that guy, maybe. We have tomorrow night. I have a whole week breakdown. I got a 2-week breakdown of all the illegal alien crime we're going to do Saturday night. I'm going to do a lot of special talking about it. I want to thank everybody. I'm going to send you all over to see a couple different shows. If you're on Rumble, you're going to go see Third Rallified or doing a news break. But for some reason, Ricada is not on Rumble tonight. I don't know why. And on YouTube, you're going to go see Ricada. So have a nice night, everybody. Thank you for being here. Peace. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.